Holy Majula. Hello everybody, happy Tuesday to all of you. Are you ready? Are you ready? How's it going, everybody? That was an abrupt ending? That was actually when the song ended. That was actually legitimately the end of the song. I guess because the idea is that it goes right back to the beginning, so it goes maybe to like that, like, bling, you know? Four-handed seems like too much. I don't think so. I mean, not for me. I play a lot of Arkham. I think, you know, I'm so fucking Arkham-pilled that I'm like, I'm too into it. I'm too in the beast. All right, let's get this sun out of here. Bring that down a little bit. There we go. We look a bit more normal. Yeah, it's because I have the sun, the window right here now. It's not where it was before I moved where my computer was since the last stream. Alright, Purple Manfly, Necro Toaster, 30 months at the Golden Table, Astute, Aleph, Mr. Wonderboy. How's it going, everybody? You moved the sun. Oh yeah, that's easy shit, man. That's easy shit. Alright. I'm excited. I'm excited. I need to remind myself of what these decks are, though. So we do need to do that. I think we do want to check out these decks. So Trish was our main Clover. It looks like we have some some enemy management potential, but looks like it's a very simple kind of Clover deck. We have Alton O'Connell. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. Yeah, we're going to upgrade into Lola. Oh yeah, we're doing the Otherworldly Compass stuff. That's what we're doing. We're upgrading into Compass stuff. Adam Frazier, how's it going? Daniela, I think, is our main fighter. Oh yeah, that's right. Astute convinced me to do boxing gloves, Daniela. Alright, that's going to be a time. I'm eagerly awaiting more No I'm Not Human. That's going to be on Saturday. Saturday's stream is going to be more No I'm Not Human. Either Saturday or Friday, but probably Saturday. I think that this was a fun idea for a deck. And this is also kind of... I think I was saying this when I was doing the deck building. I'm glad to see that my AI chatbot's still working. I remember that kind of like the intention for this was that because it's four-handed, you can kind of just do whatever. So that was kind of the thought process for this Daniela deck, that we could try something that I've never tried before. Tommy is a more traditional sort of flex. He seems to be leaning more on the combat side of things, which I think is good to help Daniela out. So then I'm going to wager that Joe was a flex leaning a bit more towards clue getting. We have the autopsy report, which I'm actually very curious to see how it functions, how it even functions in Brethren of Ash, because we have like the bystanders for the first scenario, so those guys aren't really great for that kind of thing, but this deck basically just draws cards, so I think that this is going to be very fun. And as I said, this might be the new me. Like, I'll probably still play two-handed solo, but, I mean, maybe we'll default to, like, three-handed, right? Three-handed will become the new norm. I just feel like, I don't know, who knows? We'll see, well, but maybe I can just roll the dice, right? Like, maybe there's now options, which is kind of fun. Alright, should we dive in? Is Joe just gonna follow Daniela around? We're actually gonna be attached on a murder ball, and it's gonna be really good. Alright, shall we do this? Let's do this. Hello everybody at More Playing Board Games, and welcome! I need to get into the black seat. We are here with our four-handed solo run through Brethren of Ash, with a Clover Trish, a Flex Joe Diamond, a Flex Tommy Muldoon, and a fighter Daniela Reyes. This is going to be a great time. Alright, let me just shuffle the encounter deck right now, even though you don't need to anymore. Past curfew. The campus is strangely quiet, and there's no sign of your friend. Hooded figures cross the quad as nervous students scurry under the painfully bright street lamps. As an action, parlay. Test book 2. If you succeed, discard a bystander enemy at your location. 3 doom advances. Where there's smoke, ... You are searching for the dormitories for any sign of your friend. At the end of the round, investigators may spend the requisite number of clues as a group to advance. So we need 8 clues, and conveniently, we have 8 clues. As an action, choose an enemy at the connecting location. That enemy moves to this location and engages you. This action does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Alright. Now let's put 20 cards in front of us and see how we handle it. Alrighty, let's hop over here for Trish. We have Alton, we have the Cryptographic Cipher. That seems like a pretty alright turn. We have an Out the Door. I think I keep the Perception. I'd kind of like a Magnifying Glass. We're getting rid of the second Alton. I think I can get rid of that, and let's draw 2 more cards. After you've made an enemy exhausted, draw a card to move. Okay, this is like a perfect... I'm very happy with this opening hand. I think the only thing that would make it better is if I had a Magnifying Glass. Over here in Joe Diamond land, we have a Practice Makes Perfect, a Machete, and then we're going to throw these in here. Obviously, Autopsy Report would be sweet, but I'm not going to mulligan super hard for it. Okay, that's a pretty bad rest of the flop there, but this is sort of a skill-based deck, so they are prone to have bad mulligans. Tommy's got a little dog. Oh, sorry, and we also have 1, 2, and then you are 1, 1. I need to put these all in here. Give me a second. We got Trish. We got Joe, and he's a 1, 1. We got Tommy. He's a 2. And we got Daniela, and she doesn't have an in the thick of it. And Trish doesn't have an in the thick of it. Okay. Well, we're going to keep the police dog, and then I think we're going to mulligan everything else. Okay, I think that's a pretty alright opening hand. Not going to lie. And then over here, we have the wrench, which is... We have the wrench and the bandolier. Okay. I can get rid of the end of the road. I think we can get rid of the counterpunch. I think I'm even going to get rid of the beat cop, and we're going to try to get boxing gloves. No, this is really good. Okay! So, I think we got it. Daniela Reyes is going to play Stand together. She's going to gain 2 resources, and she's going to choose Trish to gain 2 resources. We are then going to spend 2 and then 4 in total to play a wrench and a bandolier. And we're just going to prep for that. We'll go over to Trish next. Trish is going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 of her actions to play a Cryptographic Cipher and an Alton O'Connell, which is going to give her a foot. We're then going to investigate this location with the Cryptographic Cipher. We're going to commit, I think, a Eureka to this. So we're going 4 to 0. During this test, I'm going to exhaust him and spend 0 evidence to discover a clue at my location, where X is the shroud value of my location. It's 0. So then we're going 5 to 2 here, and let's just make sure I pressed this properly. And then let's draw our token. Alright, we'll discover a clue, and then we'll look at the top 3 cards of the deck. We'll take the Lucky Cigarette Case and shuffle those in. Alright, well, Joe Diamond is going to investigate with a Practice Makes Perfect for his first action, because you know he's a real one. So we're going to investigate at 4 to 2. We'll look at the top 9 cards. And I'll commit this Perception to this test. So then we are 6 to 2. Alright, we succeed. So we're going to grab a clue. We're going to draw a card and draw a card off the Perception. So a card off the Perception, a card off of Joe's ability. And this comes back to my hand, actually. I think that I'm going to drop down the Machete. And this is old school Machete, not new school Machete. And then I think I'm honestly just going to burn the Midnight Oil, and we're going to run that Perception back and go 6 to 2. Alright, that happens. We got the 2 resources, though, so it's not the end of the world. Over here, Tommy is kind of spoiled for choice. We don't have a charisma. We kind of had the guard dog, like the police dog was kind of just here to take up, like, to help us in the long term. The rookie cop is probably fine to put down right now, because then we can just, like, be aggressive if people take damage, and we're essentially spending 3 resources for, like, a water protection type effect, and then also a clue. We're then going to play an emergency cache. And then I think for my last action, we're going to use our ability to spend a resource to then pay 1, 2, 3 to bring down this M1911, but it'll come in with 2 additional ammo. That's not right. Those don't become clue tokens. They become these tokens. Okay, I think that was a pretty successful first round. People are set up and happy. We got a deduction out of Trish, so why don't we go upkeep? Another Eureka is huge. A Perception is huge. A Task Force is nice. And a Beat Cop is fine. Okay. We'll then go 1 of 3, and we'll go around starting with Trish. Cantor of Flame. This is a 2/2/2 with Retaliate. Okay. Joe Diamond. If you have no clues, it gains Surge. Otherwise, test book 3. For each point you fail by, you must either place one of your clues in your location or take a horror. We're going to go 4/3. Honestly, give me 6-handed. I'm ready for it. We succeed, so we'll draw a card and gain a resource. That's Nuck and Futz, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Alright, let's enlarge these Chaos tokens for you. We drew the Tower. Okay, that's annoying, but that's okay. Tommy over here, man, test brain 3 for each point you fail by. You must either discard a card from your hand at random or lose a resource. So we're going to go 3 all on this one. The current act number is 1, so we're just going to lose a resource from this Wild Compulsion. And then up here on Daniela, test brain or book X, where X is the number of cards in your hand. If you fail, take 1 damage and discard a card at random. So we're going to go 3/3 on this one. Alright, so we fail. So we're going to take a damage, but we're going to put it on the rookie cop. This thing doesn't have peril, so we don't have to worry about that. And then we'll discard a random card from our hand. I'd like to keep the beat cop if possible. Yeah, the vicious blow is fine to lose. It's going to suck for the next part of this, but we're not in that part right now. Okay! Well, someone's got to help Trish. That's the truth. I can play Beat Cop, Engage, Punch. We don't get the extra damage. Joe can Machete, but Joe's a little bit busy. He's going to play the Tower this turn and then probably Investigate. I mean, Trish also can take a free Evade, which is pretty good. So why don't we do that? Let's evade this guy at 6/2 with our free evade, because that's just something that Trish does now. Alright, so we succeed, so we'll look at the top 3. I'll grab that magnifying glass. This guy is evaded. I'm going to fast out the magnifying glass. Ooh, am I? I am not. We're going to start by spending 2 for the Lucky Cigarette Case. And then we're going to investigate with the Cryptographic Cipher to give this -2 Shroud. We'll use Alton O'Connell during this test to grab a clue, and we're also going to commit this out the door. Gain 2 resources. And then we have 4/0, 5/0. Alright, we're going to grab a clue. And we're going to draw a card. Okay. I'm going to fast out a magnifying glass. And then I think I'm just going to investigate at 5/2 here for my last action. Nice. We'll grab a clue. I'm a happy boy. Alright. That's good. Alright, so Joe has to get these 2 clues perfectly in a perfect world. I think that Daniela is just going to attack this guy at 7-2 twice. Maybe we put down the beat cop and make it 8-2. That's kind of crazy, huh? That Daniela just on turn 2 can attack for 8 with her signature. Only for 1 damage, mind you, but that's kind of a big-ass number, right? Alright, Joe's going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4. Play the tower. We're going to investigate at 6-2. We're just using these perceptions wildly here because I'm not too concerned about the second half of this. At least on the clue side. Like, it's going to be tough, but I think that we're going to be okay. We're going to draw a card of our ability and 1 card off the perception, so we'll draw 2 here. Interesting. When an enemy enters your location. Okay, okay. Alright, I'm going to investigate for my last action at 4-2. We're going to grab this clue. And I'm not even going to wait for a better opportunity. We're just going to treat this as like a pseudo out the door burning the midnight oil because money's money and we lost some. Alright, Daniela, as I mentioned, is going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4. She's going to play the beat cop and then we're going to attack this guy at 8-2 twice. So first attack is a -1, reveal another token. Alright, that's -2 in total. So he'll take a damage, and we'll go again. -1, reveal another token. I'm adding Deja Vu, that's crazy. Alright, this guy's dead, though. Good job, Daniela. Tommy's going to gain a resource. Playing so far, I mean, we're only on turn 2, and this is a very easy scenario, so we'll see when things get more complicated. At the end of the round, investigators may spend... Alright, end of the round. We're going to spend... We gained a resource. We're going to play this Hallowed Mirror. And then I think we're just going to gain a resource. Bad Omen in those tokens? It really does feel like it, right? Upkeep. 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 Okay. And then we can spend our clues in advance. Well, on the plus side, the first act, when the threats were very minimal, was actually pretty chill. Alright, you find your friend's satchel scorched with a stylized emblem of an open palm. Wherever your friend is, you imagine they didn't go willingly. As you turn to leave, you are confronted by a masked figure wreathed in flame. As the room erupts into flames around you, they let out a chilling wail. Discard each enemy in play, put the set-aside dormitories and Miskatonic Quad locations into play, spawn the set-aside Servant of Flame enemy at the dormitories, attach 1 set-aside copy of Fire to your friend's room, place each of their set-aside copy of Fire in the encounter discard pile. Alright. So I learnt, this time, don't kill him. Do not kill him. Okay, so we get 1 fire here, and then we have our remaining fire treacheries going there. Okay, we're gonna give this guy to Trish. Oh no, he has prey. So he's gonna go for literally anybody else. So why don't we give him to Daniela? But it's literally anybody, which is really funny. Okay. An enemy entered our location, so we're quickly going to play a Gather Intel. So we're going to draw 2 cards. We're just spoiled for choice here. Okay, so attach 1 to your friend's room, place each other. Perfect. I think he spawns the dormitories. He does spawn at the dormitories. Thank you. Alright, so then we're going to shuffle these back in. Okay, then that's no problem. We'll just do the whole plan. Trish can go in there, evade him, and then we just move through. Thank you, Picaroon. Alright, escape the dorms. Burning Apparition stands between you and the exit. You must escape the dormitories. Objective: each undefeated investigator is at a Miskatonic Quad. Advance. Hint: sometimes it's better to run than to fight. Okay. We'll advance. The wind carries the scent of smoke from across campus. A plume of flames rises from a nearby building. In player order, each investigator tests brain 3. Each investigator fails, take 1 horror. So we're going to go 2 to 3 here. Yeah, that's a horror over here. 2 to 3 here. Yeah, that's a horror over here. 3 to 3 here. Oh yeah, that's a horror over here. I'll put that on you, actually. And then we have 3 to 3 here. Yeah, that's a horror. Okay, so our skulls are now -2s. Okay. The sky glows a faint orange as the flames spread as an action parlay. Test book 2. If you succeed, discard a bystander enemy at your location. Okay. That was Trish's card. We now go to Joe. Hellhound. Alright, now we'll play the Gather Intel, and it's actually the Hellhound, so we got an achievement there. Okay. During the enemy phase. Yeah, I know. I mean, the Damnex, that's I think that's the big reason why Guardian should get some like charisma, unique Guardian charisma style support. Mutated. Okay. Brain 4. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage or each investigate location takes a horror. All right. Well, we're gonna go 3 to 4. And I'm gonna just take 2 damage, I think. And then Daniela gets another one of these, so we're gonna go 3 to 4. We'll take 2 damage. I'll put one of it on the beat cop, of course. Okay! If each investigator is here... Okay, so this motherfucker has 20 health. That's pretty cool, huh? That's a big-ass number. So Trish can move in. Trish can evade the guy. We're, what, 5 to 4? It's not great. We can use this to go 7 to 4, which is not a for sure thing. We could draw a card before. What would we draw if we drew a card before? Trish has manual dexterity. She has nimble. Honestly, it's probably worth it to draw a card. So Trish is going to go first. She's going to draw a card. Okay. I probably will commit it. We're then going to move in here. Heal the damage and a horror, limit once per game. We're going to take our free evade, and we're going to go 6, 7, 8 to 4. Nice. He's evaded. And then we're going to move to the Miskatonic Quad. If there are exactly 1 or 2 investigators in the game. What the hell? What the hell? Normally that works for me. What the hell? That's not cash money. We got a -1, so we succeeded by... No, we got a -2 there, so we did not succeed exactly by 3. Okay. Alright. How do we want to get rid of this guy? Tommy could fire his gun. Joe could commit this vicious blow. Yeah, okay. Tommy's gonna fire his gun. Ooh, but what if Daniela just does that? What if she just does that and we save the gun? What if she just, like, engages him, and then it attacks her, and then she can take a fight action? But it's only 2 damage, but we can commit a vicious blow. That doesn't seem bad, so let's do that. We're going to exhaust it, and this guy's going to engage us. We're going to take a damage and a horror. And then we may take a fight action against that enemy. So we're going to go... We actually don't even need to. We can just go 8 to 2. This is free. First one's on the house. This guy takes 2. And this is only when he attacks you during the enemy phase do you have to discard an asset. Attack again. This guy's dead. And then Daniela is just going to go 1, 2. Don't mind me, just stepping through. I think getting down the Grim Memoir would be pretty nice for Joe to do. I still want to see if I can sniff out that autopsy report, but I think realistically that autopsy report's going to be better in the next scenario. So I think we're just going to move, and we're going to play this Grim Memoir. And then Tommy is going to move, and then he's going to play a Soothing Melody, so we're going to heal 2 damage and draw a card. Whoa! They come in pairs. Alright, we can do that at the start of the next turn, so we might as well do that. Fire when the investigation phase ends. Alright, upkeep. Burning the Midnight Oil. Detective's Intuition. A Remington. Vicious Blow. Weird that I'm using different Vicious Blows, but that's just the kind of guy I am, I guess. Alright, we're going to go to 1 of 5. Evil card over here is a Bystander. Doom. When this enemy is defeated, place 1 Doom on the current agenda. This effect can cause the current agenda to advance. Cosmic Evils. We're going to take the Ancient Evil on this, I think. Well, Tommy, you ready to take a damage and discard a card at random? So we're going to go 3 to 5. I guess we're taking 2 damage. You know, it was kind of nice to have this Soothing Melody, but I guess we have another one. Or do we? We do. And then over here... Unspeakable Truths. After you discover 1 or more clues, take a horror, discard it. Easy, no problem. Alright, let's advance. You emerge from the dormitories, lungs bursting into the crisp autumn evening. Looking behind you, there is no trace of your pursuer. You remember your friend planned to consult Miskatonic University's head librarian, Dr. Henry Armitage. He may be able to help you understand what is going on. Search all in-play and all out-of-play areas for the Servant of Flame, heal all damage to them, and set them aside out of play. Discard each enemy in play. Eat it, loser. This guy goes set aside. Discard all tokens and attachments from your friend's room and remove from the game. Put each remaining set aside location into play. Orrin Library, Science Alt, and Warren Observatory. Okay, this gets removed. And then we get Orrin Library, Science Hall, Warren Observatory. A nice little cross. Alright, and now our skulls are -3. So things are starting to get a little spicy. Your friend had mentioned visiting the head librarian, Dr. Henry Armitage. With more and more strange figures arriving, you must scour the campus for his whereabouts. Objective. At the end of the round, investigators at the Orrin Library may spend the requisite number of clues as a group. We need 12 of them. Okay. Okay, so we got to get some clues, brother. We might as well end on the Orrin Library. Alright. Whoopsie. I think Task Force is pretty alright right now. We're gonna spend 2 resources. Yeah. Alright. We're gonna, no, it's not the right time. We don't have an action ability to trigger at this location. Trish could move in here, here, or here. These probably are victory. So we want to get these. I've only played this one once. How's it going, Corns, then? Joe is probably just going to move in and investigate with his Grim Memoir. Grim. I think Daniela is going to draw a card. Checking. Okay. I think Daniela is going to do right tool for the job. We're going to try to see if we can fish out that boxing gloves. Yes! And then we're going to, I think, gain a resource. And we're going to play this next turn. Yes! Okay, it's It's cooking o'clock. Okay. I think Tommy's going to Soothing Melody himself again. We'll draw a card. Custom Grip is kind of cute. The Remington is nice. I think Tommy's going to move into the Warren Observatory for his second action. I have to discover one or more clues at this location. Draw a card, limit once per round. Okay. And then I think Tommy's going to just gain a resource for his last action. Okay. I think Trish is going to move into the Warren Observatory. And then she is going to burn the Midnight Oil with this Perception. And honestly, let's just put the whole hand in this. Let's just do the whole thing. So we have 5 with the Magnifying Glass, 6, 7, 8 to the game's 3. We don't get to draw off the Lucky Cigarette Case, but we do get to draw off the Perception, and we do grab 2 clues. So we're going to take it and not complain too much. We succeed by exactly 1. So we are going to place an evidence on Mr. Alton O'Connell. We'll draw a card. Pickpocketing is cute. Don't know if I want to spend the action for it. I think what we do is we use the cryptographic... No, we wait on the cryptographic cipher, and we play pickpocketing instead to close out our turn. I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, we have Joe and just Joe left. So I think Joe is going to go check out the Science Hall. So he's going to move in here. 2 Shroud. If you discover one or more clues at Science Hall, choose and discard a card from your hand. That ain't no problem for a beast like me. Friendly reminder, there's text on this location. Yeah, I'll draw a card. I'll draw a card. If you really want me to, I will. How's it going, Rustage? Yeah, it's my first time trying it. I've discovered one or more clues, choose and discard a card. We're going to use the Grim Memoir. We're going to go 6-2 for our second action here. -3. We don't fail by 2 or more, so we're going to discover a clue. We don't draw a card, but we'll discard this Well-Dressed, and then we're going to do that one more time at 6-2. I feel like I'm taking do-it-again pills. Let's discard the Well-Dressed. Okay. Not too bad, all things considered. We'll go Upkeep. Burning the Midnight Oil. A Bounty. The Quicker Picker-Upper. A Stand Together, and a Clean Them Out. Alright, give me some enemies. I wanna do some fighting. 3 of 5. Noxious Smoke. We'll go foot, we'll go 5-3. I think we'll go 6-3 to beat the skulls here. Or just pass by enough to draw a card. Deduction is interesting. Over here on Joe. What's the last agenda? I'm not even gonna look. We're just gonna take the Ancient Evils. I think our pace is really good. It was supposed to be you! Oh, good. Oh no, this is when we don't fight. Alright, so how do we sequence this? Trish wants to evade the doomed bystander. We also could parlay with him. It's only a 2 test. Joe got rid of his parlay cards, but we're not too worried about that. I mean, in theory, one of us should be able to just pass it. I mean, killing this guy is good. But I'd like Daniela to do the killing instead. So Trish can get some clues, and then move, engage the bystander, and evade the bystander. That seems like a good way to get a lot of value. Daniela then runs in. She plays her boxing gloves. She lets the priest attack her with the wrench. and then we start going into Value City. That also sounds really good. Joe is going to grab these clues and discard some cards, and then he moves up to the center. Tommy is going to move up to the center and play a stand together. That doesn't sound too bad. This rookie cop, I'd love to get a clue off of it, but I don't really know a window in which that can happen. Tommy could also just fire a gun, but I really want to start getting the boxing glove value, you know? So I think we do that. Alright, Trish is going to use the cryptographic cipher. So we're going to investigate. -2 Shroud. This becomes 1, so we're going to use Alton to grab this clue, which will let us draw a card. Flashlight's fun to replace this. We'll then investigate at 5 to 1. We'll grab a clue. We're going to move into this location. We're going to engage the doomed bystander. And then we're going to use our free evade to evade it at 5 to 1. Oh, God, no! No! Anyways. Daniela is going to hop into here. She's going to spend 2 to play the boxing gloves, which we have an extra slot for because of the bandolier. I think we're going to have an engage on this. So we're engage this guy. He can attack me for a damage. I'll take it on the chin. And then we can fight him. And we're going to resolve clean them out, which is going to give us 2 resources. And we are 7 to 2. I don't want to do that. I'd like the money, but I think all I need to do is play the bandages. So I think we just hit with this then, because then it'll kill him. So we get to go, I believe it's now 9 to 2. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, he's cooked. We'll look at the top 6 for a spirit. 1-2 punch is kind of crazy. Astute, it's fucking working. And then I have an action to just move back into the center. That's kind of hype. Tommy's going to move into the center. No, he's going to go last. Joe is going to investigate at 6 to 2. Nice. We're going to draw 2 cards, one from our ability, one from the Grim. I must discard a card. I think we're a little too late for this autopsy report. It does have good icons. I think we're going to kill the bounty. I don't think we're going to play a card again. Alright, and then we'll investigate 6 to 2 one more time. 5 to 2. 2 to 2. We'll grab a clue. I'll discard, I think, this detective's intuition. And then we're going to move up here. Alright, so I think what Tommy wants to do is I think Tommy's going to face check the library. I've only played this scenario once, and I did not internalize what's on a location. So we're going to just see if there are 2 clues here. We could also try to do this thingamajig with the bystander, but I think him attacking Trish for 1's not the end of the world. So Tommy's going to move in here. I think he's going to do a stand together with Daniela. And then he's going to move into this location. That's my stand together. Double action, draw 3 cards, the 4 shroud, 4 clues. Alright, here's our first big location test. Alright, enemy phase, attack here. We then go upkeep for everybody. Uncanny Specimen. Laboratory assistant. Let me handle this. End of the road. Okay. When the final agenda is in play, which is conveniently right now. Alright, let's advance. Cinders fly through the air above Michigan University. The wail of a fire alarm resounds across the quad as dozens of frightened students flee the scene. If they are still set aside, place 4 set-aside copies of Fire in the encounter discard pile. That would be so bad if you were still on Act 1. That's rough. In player order, each investigator tests with 3. Each investigator who fails takes a damage. Alright, we're going to go 5 to 3 with Trish. She's good. 2 to 3 with Joe. He passes? Joe, you're the best. 2 to 3. Okay, I will draw the topmost Fire in the encounter discard pile, and we do take a damage. Sorry. We're going to put the damage on the rookie cop to grab a clue here. And then we grab the topmost Fire and put it here. Trish, you got to put that Fire out. We'll go Brain. 3 all. I'll take 2 damage. 2. Okay. We don't have much book cards to get with Practice Makes Perfect. We only have... And we have to take the initiative. That would be the way, right? So Joe is going to parlay with the bystander. And we're going to play a Practice Makes Perfect. We're going to look at the top 9 for a practice card. We have to take the initiative. I just skipped the Mythos phase. Thank you. That always happens. Okay, we can go back in time. And it even happens with me a 2-player. That's not even a 4-handed thing. Alright, yeah, let's keep drawing cards. Thank you. This campus is ablaze, parlay. Oh, I drew cards, though. Are you sure? I drew this card on Daniela. Okay, we can go back in time. So Daniela, she didn't take the test. This one comes here. Tommy Elder thinged, yes. And then Daniela's here, so she has to do this test. She passes that test, and we get to deal damage to an enemy at our location. We're not going to. This one comes here. So then this is Trish's. So Trish goes 5 to 3. So then Daniela doesn't take that damage. This was Trish's card. She passes. We now come over here. Yeah, the fire, me grabbing the fire is what broke up my sequencing. Alright, we're gonna go 4 to 3 here. I'm gonna go... Honestly, we're gonna do the thing that I just did. I'm gonna grab it, take the initiative. Which puts me at 7 to 3. Oopsie. This is what I wanted to do. Where is the fucking thing? Shuffle in. Alright, 7 to 3. Nice. I know that looks sus, that but I was trying to put the cards away. I have a rule with myself that we only draw the token when, you know, it's acknowledging to draw the token. Your evil card is a mutated experiment. When this enemy is defeated, each investigator at its location takes a horror. Okay. And now Daniela's card is a wild compulsion. So now we go 3 to 3. We fail by 2. I can lose 2 resources. Alright. Now we are where we are. And we're going to go back to the take the initiative parlaying with the doomed bystander. So we have 7 to 2. Alright, now he's discarded. So I think Tommy chills here. Oh, Tommy's over here. Do we want Tommy to go first? No, we don't. Joe's just not going to enter that location this turn. Joe's going to set up. So Joe's going to spend 2 for a laboratory assistant. We'll draw 2. And then I think we're going to gain a resource because we have to pay for our problem down the road, our signature. Tommy now is going to try to kill this guy. Okay. I mean, we're going to just fire at this guy at 5-3. Nope. No retaliate. We're going to go again, 5-3. Yeah, I'll take a damage. Tommy, you can do this, brother. You're up 2 on standard. You can deal 1 damage, right? He can deal... Well, he can deal 2 damage, actually. Alright, so then Daniela moves in. She's going to take the damage. She's going to take the horror with Tommy. That's not the end of the world. We can just put it on me. So why don't we move in here. Let's clean them out. Gain 2 resources. So then we go 7-3. Nice. He's dead. We're each going to take a horror. I will look at the top 6 of my deck. Give me the 1-2 punch. We're going to play an end of the road. So we're going to draw a card, gain a resource, and get an action. And then I think we're going to spend 2. We're going to play a Hallowed Mirror. And then I think we're going to spend 2 and play a Bandages, which seems like a pretty good way to end this turn. Trisha's got to come in here and put out the fire, so that's going to be her priority 1. So we're going to move into this location. We're going to go 5-3. I think first we're going to fast out this Uncanny Specimen, and then we go 5-3. +0. Alright, well, we're going to draw a card off the Lucky Cigarette case. So now this is gone. And I think then, sorry, we had 5-3. I drew a 0, so I get to place an evidence on Alton O'Connell. You don't exhaust him for that. That's kind of good. And then I think I'm going to spend 2 to play Flashlight. Okay. And now we can go upkeep. Nimble is not doing too much right now. Joe grabs a bounty, which is okay. Another rookie cop. I think we want to get a police dog down for Tommy. He's sitting on 9 resources. I think Tommy's turn, if nothing happens, is going to be a police dog, a Remington, and then an investigate. Maybe with a little bit of a custom grip thrown in on that as well. Alright, 1 of 10. Evil card starting with Trish is a Hellhound. Alright. I don't think we need to let me handle this for this one. Joe draws an Unspeakable Truth, which is kind of okay. He can kind of transition into kill mode now. A Mutated Experiment is a little bit unfortunate, but that should be expected. And then we have a Bystander. What a crazy turn of events this is. Okay. Well, no sense in Joe going in there unless Joe wants to get a bunch of resources. Honestly, what I really want to do with Joe is actually move in here and play the Autopsy Report. Move in here, gain a resource, and then play Autopsy Report. That seems pretty good, right? That seems like kind of fine. I think we're going to do it. We're going to move in here. We're going to gain a resource. We're going to play Autopsy Report. Trish, my friend. Okay, this is an end of the round, right? Okay, we only want to do this if we're feeling confident in our ability to get through this okay. You don't got alert, right? You're just a guy like me. Okay, you're just a guy like me. We could try to evade him. Goes 7-4 with the Nimble and the other Alton. We could... Then we talk to the bystander at 4-2. Commit something to that. I can commit this task force. I don't think that's going to be a thing. Daniela's just punching. Daniela's turn is pretty straightforward. I think she's killing this guy. We're all taking a horror, that's for sure. I'll tell you that much right now. It looks like everybody here is taking a horror. But I think my goal is to get every clue with the autopsy report. So I think in a perfect world, let's talk about the perfect world situation. I think in a perfect world, everything is dead and we have all 3 clues. So let's make that perfect world happen, shall we? Let us... I guess we don't even need to evade this guy, but then what else is Trish doing? So Tommy goes first. Tommy attempts to kill the Hellhound. That seems like a pretty good place to start. No, but then Tommy can't play the police dog. That's the other perfect world, right? Where Tommy also has police dog and Remington in play. That's the other perfect world. So I think the correct answer to this question is Daniela goes first. And Daniela is going to punch this thing at 7-3. Daniela is going to engage this thing, and it's going to attack her. So she's going to take a damage and a horror, which we're going to put on the beat cop, and he dies. We now going to take a fight action, and we're going to have Joe commit a vicious blow. So now we are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-3. And this is all actionless. He's dead, so everybody takes a horror. Now, this guy is dead. We're going to trigger a bounty, the quicker picker-upper, and we're going to give 3 resources back to Daniela. We also have a boxing gloves on the stack, so let's just quickly resolve that. Looks like we have no spirits here. Just kidding, I lied to you for fun. Okay. We also have an autopsy report that I would like to trigger. So we get plus X, where X is the enemy's printed health, so we're at 7-4. We're going to go 8, 9-4 with these 2 deductions. That is currently a -3, so we'll grab 1, 2, 3 clues, and we'll put a horror from this on the laboratory assistant. Okay. Honestly, the perfect world is looking pretty good right now, right? Okay. So I think Daniela is just going to punch some things. I think she's just going to punch the Hellhound 3 times at 6-2. We already got a lot of value. I mean, we might as well clean them out first. So 6-2. That's a damage. 6-2. That's a damage. 6-2. Fatality. Hellhound is dead. Okay. This was Joe's vicious blow. Now Tommy is going to go 1, 2, 3, get out the police dog, Tommy's going to spend a resource and then pay 1, 2, 3 for the Remington. And it's going to come in with 2 additional pieces of ammo. And then we're going to put on the custom grip. And then I think Tommy's last action is draw a card. Loose cannon would actually be really bad here. I don't even know what that does. So why don't we give that a quick look? Yeah, that's pretty shit. That'd be pretty bad. That'd be pretty bad, chat. Okay. I want to draw the cards, but I don't want to draw the operative, and we have a pretty high chance of doing that. So I think we just try to parlay at 4 to 2 until he's gone. He's gone. Okay, this should have actually been reshuffled before. How did this fire get discarded? This fire should be here, right? Yeah, I have to still clear out this fire. Okay. Drew this. No, because we drew through these 3 enemies. The fire was gone last turn. This should have been reshuffled before these 3 guys got here. That's how this should be. These 3 were the cards we drew after the Unspeakable Truths. Okay. Honestly, I'm going to take the draw 3, and if we draw our weakness, that's just life. We didn't, so that's good. Alright, well then let's spend our 12 clues, sorry, upkeep first. And then we advance this. You find Dr. Armitage barricaded in one of Oran Library's lecture halls. We're in the library, right? Just want to make sure. Yep. Some on campus have been acting strange lately. Your friend among them. But all of that can wait. We must confront your pursuer and stop them before the entire campus burns. Put the set aside Dr. Henry Armitage. Store your ass into play under any investigator's control. He does not take up an ally slot. During the scenario, put the set aside Servant of Flame to be able to play at the Miskatonic Quad and place 12 clues on it. Alright. Is that 12? Looks like it. Okay. So then we search for... So we get Dr. Henry Armitage. That seems pretty alright for Trish. Then we have to search for 4 fires. Okay, so then that goes to Trish. So first one, attach to the nearest location without a fire. Here, here, here. And then this guy's at the Miskatonic Quad. Your fiery nemesis can't be allowed to hurt more innocents. With Dr. Armitage's help, perhaps you can stop them. Spend player clues as a group. Deal player damage to an enemy at your location. Resign. If the Servant of Flame is defeated, we advance. Okay. Oh, fuck. Alright, I think we're going to take the first watch here. So we're going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, well, Trish, you're going to take this one. No one has clues, so this is against Surge. I think we give that one to Daniela. I think I can take this one. we give that one to Joe. It's not terrible. What I want to know is, are you having fun? Oh yeah, I'm always having fun when I play Arkham. Test brain 2. If you fail, you must either take 2 damage. Sure, I can take 2 damage. Alright, we'll just resolve these in turn order. 5 to 3. I think we commit this to go 6 to 3. Looks like too much work. I mean, I come up with the strategy pretty quickly, right? We're going to move into this location. So we have 6 to 3. Sorry. Did we end up that 6 to 3? Did we get an evidence on my boy? Okay. We're gonna go 4 to 5. We're gonna go 5 to 4. Switch it up on you. Huge. Oh, sorry. This. 3 to 2. We'll go 4 to 2. Place 1 ammo on an asset you control. Sure. And then Daniela is going to gain the surge because she's most prepared for an enemy. Not that enemy. I mean, he's just going to fucking die. We're just going to kill him. Did I place Doom on this? Nope. Perfect. Okay, so Trish has got to evade the man, put out the fire, and then start getting clues. This all seems pretty doable. So why don't we start by... The first action performed each round does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Okay, that doesn't matter. And that's a lightning bolt to spend the clues. That's kind of sick with it. Okay, I think we're going to put Tommy in this first. Tommy's going to spend 2, and we're finally going to play the task force. So we're going to move. Oh, no, we're not going to do that yet. We're not. We need this guy, because this guy doesn't have massive. He's actually just engaged with Trish. So Trish needs to evade. 6, 7, 8 to 4. That's -4. So we do succeed and we get a draw card. Thank God we were not bamboozled by the baddies. We're gonna spend an evidence to discover a clue. We're gonna then try to put out the fire at 5 to 3. Being up 2 is okay. We're gonna put this one out. We're definitely skewing higher, like I think our average is like -3. Alright, again. Alright, we're gonna cancel that token and reveal a new one. We get a draw card because the test was successful. So we're gonna get rid of this fire, which is the scary one. And then for our last action, we'll investigate at 6 to 1. 5 to 1, we succeed by 4. Okay. Now Tommy's gonna go, and we're gonna do the task force. So we're gonna move into this location. We're gonna discover a clue, and then we're gonna trigger a shot on our Remington. So that's gonna put us at 5 to 4, but we can use Saxon to go 7 to 4. And then that's going to be 2 damage on this guy. I think then for our last action, it's just better if we investigate 3 to 1. See? It was better. Joe's going to move in here. And we're going to investigate at 4 to 1. How's it going, Time Roller? We're going to grab a clue, which is going to let us draw a card. Hey, Jay, thank you so much for 79 months of the Golden Table Time Roller. Thank you for your support, and thank you for the Bezos bucks. We're going to investigate again at 4 to 1. -3, we'll grab a clue. We'll then spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to deal this guy 4 damage, putting him up to 6. Daniela is going to get attacked, and we'll heal her with the bandages to move into this location. And then she's going to punch this bystander in the face. I know. We can't stop her. She's a maniac. So we're going to go 6 to 1. So he's dead. We're going to place a doom on the agenda. But then we're going to trigger autopsy report, and we're going to investigate at 5 to 1. Nice. And then Daniela's going to finish this up with a 1-2 punch targeting the Servant of Flammy. So, we got a fight. We're at 5, 6, 7 to 4. I can use this vicious blow to go 8 to 4. Uh-oh. Nice. So we're going to deal it... oh, I should have done the boxing gloves, but I'm going to say I missed my window. We're going to deal 2 damage there. And then we're going to resolve this again. So we're at 5, 6, 7, 8 to 4. This is our last action here. Nice. So we'll take that and go to 10. And then Daniela, because this guy has prey lowest foot, which can be any of these guys, Daniela is going to take the Servant of Flame. And then we go upkeep. Alright, please no Joe weakness. Okay, huge draw, actually. So I think we're done drawing cards with Joe. And we're going to see what happens here with Daniela. Alright, 4 of 10 Doom. We're going to go 3 to 4. Sure. We fail, so we're just going to take 2 damage. We're going to put 1 on Alton. A Bystander. A Hellhound. Yeah, Surge. A Mutated Experiment. Okay, well this is a fun little turn of events, isn't it? I mean, I think we can win this turn pretty easily. I guess the question is, can we get all these clues? We're going to get one of the clues with Alton. So I think we fast out the magnifying glass. Long-time video watcher, first-time stream watcher. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. Okay. Honestly, I think we're just going to throw 3 investigates at 7 to 1 here. First one. 6 to 1. You may disengage from each enemy and move to a connected location. No, that's okay. We're going to go again. 7 to 1. That's a clue. 7 to 1. Sure. Alright, so we got 2 of the clues. If we get all 3, Daniela only needs to hit on like 1 of her attacks. A retaliate would be brutal. Daniela would die. So I wonder if there's a way we can do this. Yes, this is Brethren of Ash. Okay, well, we're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 clues to deal this guy another 4. I mean, I wonder if we can just kill him like this, right? So what if Tommy goes next? Like, what if we just take the chaos bag out of it? That's always the best way to get ahead, right? So we fire at this guy with the Remington. So we get a fire at 4, 5 to 2. We're going to take that. I think we're going to cancel that token. And then we get to draw a card. I get to draw a card. So we're going to deal 2. We're then going to go again. And we're going to commit a machete to go 6 to 2. Alright, this guy's dead. So that's now going to trigger... Oh, we should have taken a horror from that last turn. No, we did. That was this. I think... Maybe no. No, we did. Yeah, we did. We did. Oh, no, because we came in and we investigated. So we should take one more horror. Okay, that does matter. Alright, so then Tommy's investigating... Sorry, no, Joe's investigating with this autopsy report. So we go 7, 8 to 1. We're going to take another horror. And then Tommy's going to investigate with Saxon, and we're going to go 5 to 1. More gun, more gun. Alright, and then we're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to deal another 4 damage to this guy, putting him to 18. And then we don't even risk the retaliate. And Joe Diamond is just going to take 1 and 1 here, and then 1 and 1 here. So this guy's going to fight us. We're going to take 2 and 2, and then we're going to kill him with the toe-to-toe damage. And then we'll advance. Your Nightmare's pursuer reels back, clutching both hands to their head as if trying to pry their mask off. The sound of sirens in the distance grows louder. You turn to see a gaggle of terrified students rush past you. When you turn your attention back to your flaming nemesis, they have vanished into thin air. Resolution uno. We defeated their masked pursuer. We defeated our masked pursuer. Yay! Choose an investigator to become the bearer of Dr. Henry Armitage. Honestly, I kind of like it for Joe a bit more. We earn 7 victory in total. Yay! No, so I mean, sometimes text is just there to, like, tell a story over it. Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna save the university. We always do that. So then we earn a trauma, physical, and a bonus XP. Okay. Ouch, 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 ouch. And then we will go to Smoke and Mirrors. But first, we probably should update these decks, huh? People probably want to see that in the video. So why don't we do that in the video? 8. 8. 8. 8. Okay. Alright, well, I would love to add another autopsy report, and then we can cut a grim memoir. I mean, is it crazy for Joe to just, like, update his skills? What do we have in our side deck? Yeah, we have the Blackjack. Ah, yes, this guy was playing the Psychoanalysis. I mean, I think I'd like to add at least one of these to my deck. And then we have 2 XP left. Alright, I think we can drop the toe-to-toe. Yeah, we're using full card pool. I think probably just a Blackjack is okay. That's a bit better than the Machete. Alright, Joe. Nice job. What do we have over here? I mean, do we want a Charisma in this deck? The 2 Remingtons ain't a bad idea. Just, like, get the Remingtons, like, loaded, like, locked and loaded. I think that's where, like, the most power we can get from our upgrade is. I'm down for that. That's really simple. Don't need to think too hard. I think this Tommy deck was fine. Oh yeah, the Psychoanalysis 3 is a very, very powerful little trick there. Alright, I think we want the upgraded boxing gloves. And then we have 2 XP left. 2 sweeping kicks sounds like a good idea to me. I think I can lose the toe-to-toes. And then Trish... I think we do 2 Lolas. And then... I think I like the Cosmic Revelations a bit more than the Out the Doors at this point. Alton, you actually brought the fucking noise, man. You were great in that first scenario. What am I cutting? I think I can cut the Where's the Parties. They're kind of like the card draw, which is like where the Cosmic Revelation is filling. Alright, well, thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this one. I'll be back in a few days on the More PPG channel for the next episode when we're going to go smoke and mirrors. I do feel as if I'm drowning a little bit. That's something that happens when my brain is working. That's how I describe the feeling of my brain thinking a lot. So we are going to just take a little bit of a break before the next one, but thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good one, and as always, GG's. Alright, chat. Let us clean this up. Oh, I have to put Dr. Henry in the Joe deck. Alright, I feel like 3 might be my perfect sweet spot. I think that 4 might be too much, but 5 might be perfect. Sorry, 3 might be perfect. 5 is not perfect. 5 is also too much. But we'll see. We have the rest of this to go. It was nice, though. I will say, I felt a lot less pressure than two-handed solo. Because you're just generally stronger, right? Trish is about as expected. The new ability is much weaker than the old one. Card pool's fine, though. But, like, the ability did come into use there, so we will take it. Alright, chat, am I gonna get the fucking masked guy on my first one again in Smoke and Mirrors? Let's find out.
Fatality.
Hey, Potato Cannon, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I got 2 cultists to the bag. Okay. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Yeah, but welcome to the Golden Table. It's a pleasure to have you. Here's one. Put those into play. Gather the people of Arkham. Check your campaign log. We place a doom on the agenda. Quiet campus. Sit up. Yes. Okay, so we should be at 5. Sorry, place 1 doom on the agenda for each investigator in the game. Do you fucking hate me and hope I die?
Fatality.
So to see that 3 players bailed on you? You know, when life gives you lemons, you play 4-handed solo Arkham, right? The Alligator, thank you so much for the sub! 2 months of the Golden Table, thank you for your support. And is that a hype train? Let's go. Alright, we get Dr. Henry Armitage out, and he does not take an ally slot this scenario. And we each begin play at the university. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's just like some free clues, kinda. As close to free as you can get. Okay. Oh yeah, we get the fucking Mark of Elikos, man. This is Tabletop Simulator. Alright, Chad, I'm gonna refill my water. I'll be back! I also might grab something to eat quickly. I'm curious about this scaling on the agenda here. Because you have to parlay with the guy's player times, right? But you still have to parlay with the guy's player times. But... And you need, like, 8-player clues. So, like, in theory, isn't it kind of the same? Like, it's the same amount of, like, actions in theory to do the parlay? Oh, no, I'm curious. I haven't played this at 2-player yet. Yeah, I'm excited for Children of Blood. Alright, chat, let's... Oh, 5 gift subs from the Laligator. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Very... You know what? As a reward, I'm gonna chug some water. So thank you for that. Thank you for the gift subs. Much appreciated. Okay. We had a Nutrigrain bar. We chugged some water. I think now's a good time to dive back in. Hello everybody at More Playing Board Games. We are here for Smoke and Mirrors in our four-handed run through Brethren of Ash. These should be down. Alright. An unnatural haze fills the streets of Arkham. Some of the locals say the hills of west of Arkham are burning. Despite the cool autumn weather, the city streets feel unnaturally warm as evening falls. As an action, we can resign. 10 Doom advances. You must find the whereabouts of the suspects on your friends list. As an action, spend 2 player clues as a group. Draw the face-down card beneath your location. Objective, if there are a total of 6 elite enemies in the visual display and or under the act, advance. Hint, either defeat the suspects by force or resolve their codex entries to generate leads for your investigation. Alright. Let's see our opening hands, shall we? Shall we? Yes, yes. I guess I'm going to draw them all 5 first. Yes, yes. Honestly, I might even take you. What are we playing with the Cosmic Revelation? I guess in theory we don't need to play anything. I do like this. What do we got here? This one starts really easy. Okay. I think this is probably okay, but I don't know what... The enemies are like the bats. I actually honestly feel like there's not that much to evade here, because what do we got? We got bats, we got whippoorwills, and the gang. Yeah, it might be worth it with the gang. Yeah, let's just go like that. Okay. Over here, you're gone. Alright, I think we're just gonna go for the autopsy report here. You stay? What the fuck? Okay. I like the Hallowed Mirror, I like the Remington. Rookie Cop is fine. I'd like the dog instead of the Remington suite. We really want to get the custom grips, so I think we're going to actually try to fish it out. That's a pretty good opening hand. Cool. Dust. Kind of like that, boxing gloves and bandolier. Okay, I mean, nothing terrible here. Kind of liking what we're cooking. I think Trish starts us off? Or does Tommy start us off? Tommy can play stand together. Give cash to Joe, because Joe has to play this tower. And then Tommy is going to spend a resource and then Remington this out, which is going to add 2 more ammo. And then for my last action, I'll draw a card. Oh! That's huge. Holy shit. That's really good. Alright, this ender play, so we gotta shoot somebody, but we're just taking setup time right now. Okay. And now we go to Trish, and Trish is gonna play a Cosmic Revelation. I'm gonna choose even. I'm gonna play this Covert Ops. Joe is gonna play his Tarot. Tommy is gonna play his Hallowed Mirror. Daniela is going to play her boxing gloves. And honestly, that's pretty stellar. We're going to fast out the magnifying glass. And I think we're just going to investigate. 5 to 3. Honestly, we're just going to no hand size. We're going to do the deduction for both of these. Success. Success. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. As for my friend Joe, I always go north in this scenario. What if we go south this time? So Joe's going to move in here. We're going to play an autopsy report. And then we're going to use a deduction to investigate at 6 to 3 and see what happens. I'll tell you what happens. We draw 2 clues. So we get 2 clues and then we draw a card. Huge. Daniela is going to gain a resource, and then we're going to play bandages and bandolier. Okay, that was a great first turn. Incredible. Upkeep. Uncanny specimen. Laboratory assistant. First watch. Overpower. Alright. We're going to go 6 of 10. I'm wondering if we just let the good times roll and we play first watch, but I think just having like a make 'em sing is pretty good. Raising suspicions. Place 1 doom on the nearest ending with no doom on it. If no doom was placed, this card gains surge. Test book 2. Sure. So we're gonna go 4 to 4. I think we're gonna do... Oh no, they'll let me handle this. Was in my hand last time. I think I'm gonna give this to you here. We're gonna use this as just like a bad perception, and we'll go up 2. Huge. An arcane lock. Well, okay. Yo, Tommy, you ready to not take some actions this turn? We're gonna go 2 to 3. I'll only lose 1. That's not bad. And then a bat horror. Alright, well, Daniela is gonna get, like, everything she wants. And by I mean everything she wants, she's going to, chase down this bat horror. Okay. I think we want Joe to go first. How's four-handed Brethren of Ash going? It's going alright so far. It's going alright. Alright, we're gonna do this arcane lock. at 7-4 to start things off. What's the Shroud here? 3? Alright, Arcane Lock is gone. We get to draw a card. And we're going to investigate at 5-3. I was going to grab a clue, which will let us draw a card. Have you ever tried to run a house rule of 5 investigators run for the heck of it? No, those kind of house rules don't really intrigue me in the way other house rules do. We have Trish, Joe, Tommy, Daniela. We're going to go 5-3 again. No, that one fails. Okay. I think Trish is going to move in here. Trish is going to investigate at 5-3. First, we're going to fast this out. So 5-3. Cool. We'll grab a clue. And then I think we're going to spend all of our clues to draw this card. It's David Renfield! Okay, okay. David, what are you doing here, buddy? After you successfully investigate him. Codex entry number 1. Fun! And we can still get the clues here. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. I think Danielle's going to punch this guy at 7-3. Take this! And then she's chasing this fucker down. She ain't stopping. We're going to go again. But I think this time we're going to put in a vicious blow and we're going to go 8-3. Yes! Yes! Go, Daniela, go! Alright, Tommy's going to move in here. And I think Tommy's going to keep it simple and gain a resource. No, we're going to play Soothing Melody. Heal and draw. Okay. Apparently Tommy's going to the fucking opera today. Tommy's going to grab this guy. He doesn't have prey. We'll then go upkeep. I guess these two really want to stand together, huh? Alright, 7 of 10. Oh, I should probably spend my clues, huh? That's probably like a legal way to play this game. I'm wondering if a first watch is in order here. I think it is. We're going to take a first watch. We're going to try to keep tempo positive on the game. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay. And then how do we draw them? Each investigator draws the cards. Okay, well, honestly, Tommy's going to take all 4. And we're going to draw the Whippoorwills last. So we're going to go... What is this? 3-2? 3-3. We pass. And then we got these aloof little whippoorwills here. Guys, somebody save the cat! Somebody save the cat on this card. I now can't look at this art without seeing that poor little cat. Someone save the cat. I don't give a shit about the two people. They're probably both evil. That cat is pure of heart. Somebody save him! Okay. Well, I think this turn is pretty boring from the Joe and Trish side of things. I think they're just going to investigate to try to clear out David, right? That sounds good to me. Maybe Joe plays the laboratory assistant to draw 2 just to see what we're cooking with. More. Alright. I don't need 2 of these. Unless maybe I do. That would be kind of fun. Okay. We're going to go up 3. We're going to go 6 to 3. Nice. Grab a clue, and then let's see what David's all about. He's number 1. Damn right he is. The howdy Mr. Renfield tries to brush you off politely, but when you mention the Brethren of Ash, he flees down a nearby street. Ah! Although you give chase, the eschatologist is surprisingly fleet-footed. Move David Renfield to a connecting location with no investigators if able. This motherfucker has elusive? David Renfield has investigate elusive? Are you kidding me? Place 1 resource from the token pool on David Renfield as a lead. If there are player leads on him, continue reading. Otherwise, any investigator may trigger this codex again. David, you're lucky we don't just fucking kill you, brother. You have 5 health. You're tanky. Do these automate? Nope. Okay, I mean, I think for my last action, we're just going to follow him. 2 is pretty nice. Should FFG make Whippoorwill plushies? Honestly, that's a great fucking idea. And if they don't, PBG will. Alright, Trisha's going to move in here. She's going to investigate at 5 to 2. What? We'll go again. Perfect. After this resolve, you may disengage from each enemy engaged with you and move to a connecting location. Alright, where are we sending David this time? Do we just send him into the Silver Twilight Lodge at French Hill? I think so. I don't know what this location's like. And then Trisha's gonna follow. 4? I made a mistake! That's okay, we need these clues anyway. We'll find a way to get them. Alright, now we go to the other group. This is very funny. I have like 2 groups doing their stuff. It's like 2 two-handed solo games. Daniela's gonna grab a Whippoorwill. She's going to punch her Whippoorwill at 5 to 2. At 5 to 2. I'm going to go 7 to 2. Because if you kill one, it kind of compounds into the other one being easier. Give me a sweeping kick. And then I will draw a card off the Overpower. They come in pairs, like the last ones did. We're going to grab this Whippoorwill. Okay. I think Tommy's gonna get attacked. No, that's stupid. I mean, I guess we just shoot him, right? At 5 to 3. If we fail, he's gonna move over here-ish. It's not bad. And if he's dead, he's just dead. Okay. Now we stand together. And then I think I'm gonna move down here to be with Joe. You know what? I'm actually going to stand together with Joe instead. We're gonna call an audible there. Okay. Enemy phase. This thing tweets at Daniela and she says, "Oh, you fucking suck." We're going to fight him at 6 to 2. They're dead. And then we got to go upkeep. When the game ends or you are eliminated, if this card is in your hand, you earn 2 for your experience. Sure, bud. Okay. 8 of 10. Holy shit, this is a fucking 8 Shroud location? David, you went to the right place at the right time. Let me tell you that much right now, brother. Okay. We'll go 2 to 3. I can place a clue here. It's like investigating. No, I think we're just gonna We're gonna maneuver this. That just sucks. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right. If you fail each investigated location takes a damage. All right, we will go 2 to 3. Ouch. Ouch. Lose a resource. Okay, punk, I see how it is. I see how it fucking is. A lot of different possibilities here. So we could move David Renfield back into this location. We could send the Roan Gangster down here, take a damage with Daniela. It's not too bad. And then we can, I kind of like the idea of everyone localizing here. We can get an investigate off with this. It won't work with David, but it'll at least give us one of these, which is not bad. We have some vicious blows to help Daniela fight, which is nice. Don't know if I want to use one of my sweeping kicks for this, but we kind of might have to. Tommy can fire on it, though. But, I mean, realistically, Daniela moving, punching isn't terrible. Okay, I think we're going to start there. I mean, I guess we still also get our attack of opportunity thing to fight, so we can go 7 to 3. Oh, this is part of our move action. Actually, honestly, this is pretty good. We got to get this out. Okay. Second action, we attack again, and let's put a vicious blow into this one. So we're going to go 8 to 3. You're dead. We're going to trigger autopsy report. So we're going to investigate at 8 to 2. We're going to grab a clue, which will let us draw a card. Do you see what I see? All right, honestly, not too bad for Joe. Joe needs the cash. Like, for losing 3 actions, Joe's going to take, like, he's going to draw 2 cards. He's going to draw 3 cards this turn and get a clue. So, like, that's a pretty standard turn. Okay. I think Trish is going to engage David. David, give me those clues back. She's then going to take a horror to move into this location. I think she's going to try to take her free evade. Joe, do you want to help in some way? Does somebody want to help? I mean, only 4 to 4 is not great. We do have the skulls, so it's like, it's possible. If we put a wild in here, it would go up. Oh, sorry, we're going to gather intel. We're going to do that. Because an enemy entered this location. I really want to play this, but the blackjack is also probably pretty good. We can give up on the double autopsy report dream and let Trish go up 2. Alright. And then for our last action, we're going to investigate at 5 to 2. Nice. That'll be a clue, and then we can trigger David's Codex. And then we're going to send David... I think it doesn't matter. I think up here is better. And now we just have Tommy. So Tommy's going to... Whoopsie. That's okay. David's just exhausted. Well, David was ready anyway. Okay. Tommy's going to draw a card. Tommy's going to play Saxon, and then Tommy's going to investigate at 5 to 2. Huge. Okay, okay. I'm feeling pretty good. We'll go upkeep. Honestly, like, Joe lost his whole turn, and he still turned that into a pretty good situation. Hunter's Instinct is kind of cool. Nine of 10. Yeah, the autopsy report, it's a banger card. I'm excited to put it into action here. So we have another Bat Horror. The nearest non-elite enemy moves once towards you. You're elite, brother. So this will surge. No, this is Legacy. Trish, I'd love if you pass this. We'll go 5 to 3. Yay! Good job, Trish. It's nice to have someone who can pass foot tests on your team, you know? Joe draws... Place 1 Doom on the nearest enemy. David. What are you up to, David? Okay, that's it. The Arcane Lock is here. And then the Bat Horror. Well, someone's gonna need to get rid of this Arcane Lock. And realistically, it's probably Joe. Because we have Practice Makes Perfect, which might be able to help us find or take the initiative. Yay! Okay. So then we have 8 to 4. Huge. Arcane Lock, more like Arcane Suck. You suck. Okay. Could move in here. It's not bad by any means. Move into this location. And then burn some Midnight Oil. And investigate at 5 to 3. It's not terrible. In fact, some would say it's good. Any plans to go to Arkham Con? No, I'm not traveling to the States for the foreseeable future. All right, David. Eventually, you find Mr. Renfield hiding in a cluttered bookshop. After you explain yourself and your intentions further, he acquiesces to your questioning. I only attended the meeting out of an academic curiosity, the eschatologist says. While much of what they said was utter drivel, I did glean some insights. It seems the Brethren of Ash worship an ancient devil named Elikos, of being a fire of destruction said to be responsible for the Great Fire of Alexandria, or so they claim. As if it were something to take pride in, he scoffs. When you mentioned the Brethren, I were worried you were one of them. They are an army of thralls, all united under their queen. We have successfully interrogated the suspect, and David Renfield will be placed beneath the act. Okay. We need 2 more clues. So Trish could, in theory, get these clues and then reveal this, who, unfortunately, I just saw is Abigail Foreman. But that's okay. That's not going to change my stuff too much. I think the Lucky Cigarette case is probably worth it still. And then we're going to investigate at 5 to 2. Nope. 5 to 2. Yes. So then Tommy is going to investigate at 5 to 2. Yeah. He'll grab a clue. And then we'll spend 8 clues. And reveal this, who I unfortunately now know as Abigail Foreman. Aloof. Parlay test book X, where X's number of clues on Abigail Foreman's location. If you succeed, place 1 clue on Abigail Foreman's location. Interesting. Okay. We also could just try to kill her. Okay. I mean, I guess a 3 to 2 isn't terrible. A lot of our bag is -1. Yeah, we'll redraw. No, man, we failed even worse. All right. Daniela, are you ready to fight? This should be gone. Let's punch this guy. 7 to 3. Currently -1. So you're going to take a damage and you're going to run over here. We're then going to spend 1-2 to play a Hunter's Instinct. Ooh. You know what? We're going to rewind slightly. We're going to actually play 1-2 punch. Because this was Astute's plan from the start of this. So we're going to go 6 to 3, which is actually 8 to 3. Deal this guy a damage. I've watched more playing board games Arkham content than I have actually played the game. Life keeps me busy, but I can at least vicariously live through Justin. I'm here to help with that. You know what? If you can live vicarious through me and experience Arkham, that's cool as hell. So then we get to fight again, and we're 9 to 3. So he'll take 2 damage. And then we play the Hunter's Instinct. And then we move into this location. We then go upkeep. This bat's going to ready, which is going to allow us to grab with our Hunter's Instinct the 1-2 punch back. I like it, Astute. And then we got to go upkeep. Perception. Practice makes perfect. Another Remington. A Vicious Blow. Okay, this advances. It's Mark of Ellicott time! An itch you've been done your best to ignore becomes unbearable. Pulling back your sleeve reveals a patch of peeling gray skin. Gingerly, you scratch the dead skin to reveal a smooth scar, almost as though you were branded. The scar resembles a hand with an unblinking eye inset into it. Touching it gives you a warm, heady feeling like being drunk. One at a time, each investigator draws 1 copy of the Mark of Ellicott, so we need to just add that to our deck. Plus Mark of Ellicott. Okay. Steam rises off the wet pavement as though the ground beneath it were actually burning. As an action resign, you return to compare your notes with Dr. Armitage on your friend's whereabouts. Okay. And then we get some cards. Eager for Death. We're going to go 2 to 3. We'll take some Horror. Over here, the nearest non-elite enemy moves one location, moves once towards your location, so we can move this Bad Horror over here and it'll engage Tommy. It will attack. Oh, that's a spicy meatball. So we actually want to move him up here. We can move him there instead. That's going to surge into a rogue gangster. Red Herring, we're going to go 3 to 2. That's a -1, so we're okay. And then a Whippoorwill, that's fine over here for right now. Okay, I think we can turn this into a pretty alright turn. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch from a big guy. Man, the Mark of Elikos is being like, I demand 8 actions on 4 players. Pretty brutal. I mean, it's brutal on any player count, but like it's a very demanding shift in this. It's a very interesting shift too, because we haven't really had anything like this in the game before this, right? I'm curious of what her parlay ability is, so I'm actually kind of interested to start there. So why don't we start there and see? So we're going to go 6 to 2. Nice. So we're going to draw a card. It's actually the number of clues on her location. Okay. So she's number 5. The junior librarian waves her questions away as she pulls several more tomes off the shelf. The only way to pull her away from her work might be to help her find whatever she is looking for. Draw a card, and then if there are 4 leads on her. Okay. So we place a clue on this. We place a resource on her. To get towards progressing and creating that art theme scenario we talked about last year. Yes, I've done a little bit of work, and there's been 2 scenarios that have been released for public playtesting. I never got any notes on the second one, and I've been a bit busy. We're designing I'm designing a scenario for Arkham North next year, and that's kind of been taking up the majority of my creative scenario design time, which admittedly has been very fun to do. Okay. I think we just clear the mark, right? I think we just kind of have to start clearing that up where we can. No, I think we actually clear out Tommy's mark. I think that's a bit more important. Trish can take some damage for like 1 more turn, and then we'll find someone to clear that out for her. Danielle's going to lose her bandolier, but that's okay. I think we just got to keep Saxon safe, right? Okay. We're going to spend 2, and we're going to play Task Force. So I'm going to move into... I'm going to discover a clue at this location as Tommy. We're then going to move up here, and then we're going to fire on this guy. So I have 6 to his 3. We'll do this vicious blow to go 7, and just assume it's going to all work out. And it does. This guy's dead. Which will then allow me to autopsy report, and we're going to go 8-3. I think we're going to do a practice makes perfect because I believe I have one deduction left in here, and I did hit it. So we're now 9-3. What's Arkham North? We are running an Arkham convention in Edmonton in June 2027. This is not targeted enemy. We're going to discover 2 clues here, which is going to let us draw a card. That's a lot of value. Okay. Tommy has an action left, so I think he's going to just investigate at 5-3 and just hope it's enough with Saxon to help. It is! Good boy, Saxon. Good boy. Okay. So I think Joe's going to move in here. And I think we just clear out the Ellicos. I think we just, again, have to just keep that going. Daniela is going to move up to this location. She's going to punch the bat at 7-3. I don't know if I want to grab anything here. No, no, no. 7-3. Bat's dead. We get to look at the top 9 for a spirit. Kind of like to clean them out. You're a spirit. Kind of like this end of the road. We're then going to use this end of the road. Draw a card, gain a resource. A mob enforcer. We'll take an action. So we have 2 actions left. I mean, I think the correct course of action is just try to kill this guy with the 1-2 punch. So we'll go 7-4. Sorry, 8-4. This is gone. That'll be a damage, and then we're going to carry it through to the follow through. He's cooked. And then we have 1 action left. I think I'm just going to gain a resource. And then we take a damage, which has to burn our bandolier. Whippoorwill will send up here. And then we'll go upkeep. Upkeep. I must discard a card. It can be Machete. Okay. We are at Mythos phase, but I'm going to just quickly pause. Are the 2 snares released for testing still public? Yes, they're on the in the PBG Discord. If you go to the custom, and there should be a thread that's public playtesting. I can check though. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though, and we're gonna order some food. But we're gonna keep going. Just pause this. So we're at Mythos cards. We're at Mythos cards for Trish. That's where we currently are. let's order some food, shall we? Yeah, so there should be a Discord thread. I've unlocked a reward on Skip. Get Skip Plus. I don't want to fucking get Skip Plus. I never want Skip Plus. I qualify for $0 delivery fee. That is much too expensive for some food. But I checked. I was looking at my I was looking through my pantry last night, and I was like, I have no fucking food in this house. I haven't gone grocery shopping in a while, so we'll say that this was those 5 gift subs from earlier. So thank you. I don't want 1 free month of Audible. I don't want $1,600 bonus plus 50 spins from Jackpot City Casino. I don't want some Bet99 bonus, and I don't want SiriusXM. Thank you, though, Skip, for the offers. You fucking psychopath. Alright. Yeah, let me open up Discord. Oh, I want to open up my window. There was a huge storm last night. Ah! I'm running over this cable. That's a big mushroom. Holy fuck. There's a giant ass mushroom in my backyard. Okay. Yeah, Discord. Discord, Arkham Custom. If you check out the threads. Was there one? No, maybe there wasn't. Maybe I just shared it. I need to do a share sometime. Xenoblad for it. All right, Mythos for Trish. An Arcane Lock right here. Honestly, the 2 people to do it are there. A Red Herring. We're going to go 5 to 4. We're going to go 8 to 4. Thank you. Flash Flood up here in Tommyland. That's fine by me. Red Herring. So we're going to go 1 to 2. Give me a +1. How hype will that be? Okay. It's a 0. But you just take a horror. Okay. We want to get rid of this door. I really want Joe to go first. I mean, Joe can just go first next round. Yeah. Alright, Joe's gonna try... Five to 4 is not great. Could go 6 to 4. That could be the way of doing this. Yeah, okay. This is going to be a very unconventional turn here. No, man, this Arcane Lock is a little bit annoying. Can we break through it? Tommy can help. I do think Tommy's going to come in here. Okay, yeah. And then we're going to use Saxon to investigate at 5-2. This is the way. I'm even going to actually throw in a deduction. We'll go 6-2. Nice. We'll grab 2 clues over here. Okay. Next is Trish. 4 might be... I'm not like... 4's not overwhelming, but 3 might be perfect. 3-handed might be my new norm. 4 might be too much. But I am having fun. Every deck's popping off in their own unique way. Trish is going to clear out her mark. And then Trish is going to parlay with Mrs. Abigail Foreman at 4-0. We're going to place a clue here and then draw a card. Okay. Daniela's going to go 1, 2, 3. And then Joe is going to spend 2 to play a psychoanalysis. So one at a time, each investigator location reveals the top 3 cards of their deck, draws one of those cards, and shuffles the remaining cards in their deck and heals 2 horror. So we're going to heal 2 horror here, and we're going to reveal 1, 2, 3. We're going to take a Eureka, because it's kind of like a Eureka. We're going to heal 1, and then reveal 1, 2, 3. We're going to take the Perception. We're going to heal no horror here, but we're going to reveal 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take the emergency cache, I guess. This Tommy deck's actually functioning very well with very little. I'm going to heal 2 horror here, and then reveal 1, 2, 3. I'm going to take the 1-2 punch. And that was pretty good. I think then we're going to parlay at 5-1. Okay, fuck you, I guess. If you succeed. And then we're going to try to get rid of this door at 7-4. I would love to go 8-4. Huge. Door, no more. We'll draw a card. Send the Whippoorwill down over here. Flash Floods is gone. And then we shall go upkeep. A lot of fun choices. We'll go 2 of 8. Evil card over here is a Rogue Gangster. He's rogue. He's gangster. And he... Alright, what do we got next here? We'll go 2-3. I guess everyone's taking 1 damage. All thanks to Joe. Yep, 1 damage for everybody. She gets shot in the head. Trish gets hit. Tommy takes a little one, grazes him. But I think what we'll do is we'll actually just, like, bandage up you... And we'll bandage up Trish. And then Tommy's okay. Sorry, lab assistant, you died. A Bat Horror. Okay, an enemy entered our location, so we'll draw 2 cards. And then what do we got over here? A Whippoorwill. Alright, so Whippoorwill is #1 target here. So I think Daniela's gonna dance with the Whippoorwill. Yeah, so Daniela's gonna engage the Whippoorwill. To be wed. We're gonna grab a 1-2 punch back from the discard pile. And then we're gonna punch this thing at what, 6-2? Oh, we should have 1 more damage from this mark. Okay. An enemy died, so we're going to go like this. So we're going to go 6-2. -2. We're going to grab a clue and then draw a card. Okay. I mean, I think we 1-2 punch this bat. Just get him off the board. So we're going to go 8-3. He'll take a damage and he'll move. I think going into here is kind of fun. I think that's where we can park for the last guy that we're going to fight. So then this guy moves in there. And then Daniela is going to attack this rogue gangster and will commit a vicious blow. So then we have 7, 9, 10-3. And he's cooked. Yeah, because we engaged Whippoorwill. So this guy's dead. No clues or anything to gain from that, but that's okay. We're going to take a damage from our Mark of Elikos, but we'll just heal it with the bandages. I have a bounty. We should probably pay these out. Why don't you take 3 and I'll take 3. Okay. I think Joe parlays with Abigail. So we're going to go 5-0. Nice. We'll place a clue on this location, draw a card, and put this on her. And then I think we parlay with her again. And we'll go 6-1. No, we'll keep that. -3. All right. So I get a draw card. I drew this during my turn, so I can reveal it and draw 2 additional cards. I'd be crazy not to. Okay. And then we can talk to her. Abigail slumps back in a lavish armchair with a sigh. Yes, I've been looking for any information on the Brotherhood of Ash since my roommate went missing last week. Thankfully, I found this. She opens up a thin volume with a delicate inlay of a birch tree with flowering eyes on the cover. Inside are many disturbing drawings of violent sacrifice, victims burned alive, and strange inhuman symbols arrayed in odd patterns. Rather macabre, don't you think? Says Abigail. It appears to be written in Akkadian. Unfortunately, it will take weeks to translate with the entire ancient language department away on an expedition. Egypt this time. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help, she says, pressing her hand to the book cover. Abigail Foreman has been interrogated. Our skulls are now -2. Okay. I think Joe is then going to burn the midnight oil. And we're going to investigate at 5-2. Yeah. We fail. Well, I was hoping to succeed, because then I could have cracked the case twice. But alas, beggars can't be choosers. I think what we got here, on the Trish side of things, is clearing out the Mark of Elikos. And then she's going to move in here and start camping on this location. Tommy is going to hop in here. Tommy is going to spend 1, 2, 3 with his ability to play the Remington. And then when it enters play, we can attack this guy at 5, 6-3. That's fine. We'll fire again? I think so. We'll fire with this one. 6-3. We'll go 8-3 this time. Okay, fuck me, I guess. Tommy just can't be a hero. Should have done that, actually. But that's alright. Whippoorwill moves in here. This guy's gonna stand up. We gotta go upkeep. Upkeep. Joe's gonna have to discard some cards. Just give the man a second. Okay. I think I discard you. I think I discard you. I think I discard you. Alright. We'll then go 3 of 8. An Arcane Lock on this location. Honestly, might not be that bad. Like, the other two can go work somewhere else together. These two can work on this location. It's not that. I mean, it depends on who our face-down card is. Who I'm trying not to accidentally sneak a peek at. Place 1 Doom on the nearest enemy. You mean like this bird is committing a conspiracy. This bird should not be trusted. This bird is bad. It's a bad bird. Oh, not this again. Trish, you can help him, right? We can go, like, out the door to put me at 4 to 3. I could go 5 to 3. I think that's probably the way. Ooh, Tommy! We failed by 2. So I think we just lose 2 actions. And then we lose that money. Eager for death. Sure. We'll go 3 to 5. Oh, I'm eager. 2 horror. Okay, so all the Mark of Elikossus have been purged. We have this bat horror. Okay, I think Trish is going to start. Trish is going to spend... Oh, no, we need 1 more clue. So I think Daniela is going to start. Daniela is going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to play a beat cop. She's going to engage the Whippoorwill. She's going to punch the Whippoorwill. First, we're going to actually also get back our 1-2 punch. Then this gets discarded. So we're going to go 8. We're going to go 7 to 2. Okay. That's not what I expected to have happen, but I suppose that is life. We're going to spend 1, 2 as Joe to play this blackjack, and then we're going to swing at the Whippoorwill. So we're going to go, what is that, 5 to 2. We can do this to go 7 to 2. Okay, so we're going to take a horror, gain a resource. These are going to get shuffled in. We're going to draw a card. This Whippoorwill, we get draw a card off the overpower. This Whippoorwill is dead. We're going to trigger the autopsy report. The Whippoorwills have 1 health. So we're going to go 6 to 2. Holy shit. Okay. I have 1 action left. And I think we're just going to get rid of our weakness. So now Trish is going to spend the clues to flip this one. It's Naomi O'Banion. Egads! Okay. If I remember, Naomi's parlay is really good. Okay, I mean, we can parlay with her, no problem. We have a lot of resource production amongst the squad. Maybe not in this location. All right, but let's parlay with her and see what she's cooking with. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's going to give us number 3. The O'Banion's Kingpin is hardly interested in your questions, though she is more than willing to off anything that's giving you trouble for a price. You'll need to grease her a few more palms if you plan to get any information out of her. You may choose a non-humanoid enemy at any location, automatically defeat the chosen enemy. Okay, we'll just kill this guy. Bye. And then we place a resource on her as a lead. I know there's fundamentally, like, no difference between parlaying versus, like, defeating. I don't think there's a difference, but I mean, maybe there is. Maybe there's a better bonus for interrogating, right? Yeah, because they have victory. Does that work on Miguel's weakness? Yeah, it should, right? This is not a player card, so I think it would. Alright, we're going to try to evade her. We'll go out the door this time. So we're going to go 6-2. I'll draw a card. And then I think what I'm going to do is we're going to try to break through this arcane lock. Are going to commit a Eureka, so we're going to go 6-4. We'll go 7-4 with this flashlight. Nice. So the arcane lock is no more. You don't get to take that. That's Naomi O'Banion's, you stupid greedy door. We're going to resolve Eureka twice. Lola, I forgot you were in my fucking deck. Lola. Lola. I don't know if I'm going to play you, because we're probably going to want to talk to Naomi. But I mean, like, now I think with the squad together, we should be able to do it, right? Then for our last action was that, so we already did it. Over here, we are spoiled for choice. I would like the victory off this location. How many clues are here? 8? That's a lot of fucking clues, brother. Yeah, I guess we haven't gotten a single one, right? I could try to investigate 5. I think the E-Cache is probably the better play. We could put another custom grip on this. She doesn't have any sort of thing, so we'll put her over there. We go upkeep. 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 Okay. I think I still keep you, man. I think I still keep you. Alright, 4 of 8. I can get Naomi, and then I'll probably be happy with the result. I don't think we can get another one after that. So I think the goal is to get Naomi, and then this victory. Nothing from Tommy. Downpour. Yeah, I'll go 5-3. That's how you do it, Trish. That's how you fucking do it. That's a good draw. Alright, over here. A bat horror. Ain't no thing for a gal like Naomi. She's just gonna fucking snipe him out of the sky, and everyone's gonna clap. Just kidding. This is now... Oh, sorry. I also will take this Gather Intel. We'll draw 2 cards. This guy's gonna come here and attack Tommy, and then he's gonna come back over here. Sneaky move, sis. Sneaky move. And this surges. Yeah, I guess I'm taking 2 horror. We're gonna go 4-6. Nice, 2 horror. Daniela draws a roguey gangster. Okay. Well, I think Trish starts us off, right? She's gonna spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to parlay with Naomi O'Banion, allowing us to defeat a non-humanoid enemy, so we'll defeat this guy. Oh, you know what? Let's go back slightly. We're going to sequence this even better. Joe's going to engage the Bat Horror. Joe's going to move in here. And then Joe is going to investigate. He's going to burn the Midnight Oil. So we're going to go 5-4. We're going to go 7-4. We're going to go 8-4. We're going to grab a clue, draw a card, draw a card. Yes. This is what we wanted. And then now we're going to spend the 4. Sorry, to place that resource back on Naomi. We're going to defeat this. An enemy was defeated, so we're going to then investigate. We get +4, so we're 10-4. Joe, you love these, man. I'm not complaining. So we'll grab 2 clues. Lola. La 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 Lola. Okay. So that was our parlay. We're gonna fast out a magnifying glass. I'd be crazy if I didn't. We're gonna take a free evade, so we're gonna go 4-2. Yeah, that's life. Just pass. Forehead. Okay. We'll then investigate at... This is now 8-4, 2 from the magnifying glass, 2 for the perception. We also get to draw a card. We'll do it through burning the midnight oil, I think. So that's this action. -0, so we'll grab a clue and then draw a card. And then for my last trick, I'm just gonna... Honestly, I'll just investigate again. We'll go up 2. What's the worst thing that happens? That? We pass? Huge. Okay. Alright, well, Tommy's gonna believe in himself. Alright, Daniela's going to believe in herself a little bit more. I think Daniela's going to drop... a sweeping kick on this guy? Man, it's tough. Yeah, we'll do a sweeping kick. That's fine. So we're going to go 8-3. Alright, he'll take 2 damage and he'll be evaded. I think we then engage this guy, and then it's going to lose another resource, so that's okay. But then we're going to move into this location. I could have done that first and get attacked, but I mean, I could have. Honestly, that's probably the way, right? We moved in here, we get attacked. Oh yeah, because then we can kill him. But we don't want to kill him, so we are going to follow this line. We don't want to kill him purposely. Tommy's going to draw a card. Yeah, Tommy's going to do a soothing melody. We'll do 1 and 1. And then I think Tommy is going to shoot Naomi O'Banion just for the love of the game. So we're going to go 8-4. She'll take 2 damage. Okay. This guy readies. She readies. We then go upkeep across the board. Okay. Okay. I guess I just lose 5 resources. It's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I think we want these guns. Okay. This place do be shrouded. Okay. I think Joe's going to go first, and he's going to use the blackjack. And we're going to go 6-3. We're going to go 7-3. I have a fist somewhere, right? Yeah, we'll go 7-3. All right, he's dead. And then we shall use this. So we are 8 to 8. I'm going to do a practice makes perfect. Let's look at the top 9. Give me this deduction. We're going to shuffle these in. We're going to commit this, which is now putting me at, we're at 8 from this, 9 from this, 11 from this, so we're 11 to 8. We can go 12 to 8. We're going to discover 2 clues. Chad, this autopsy report was everything I wanted it to be. Oh shit, my food's here. 1 second. Okay. All right. I think Joe's next action is we're gonna blackjack Naomi. So we are 6 to 4. And we're gonna go 8 to 4. Nice. She's going to take 2. And then I think I'm going to parlay with her. Put a resource on her. Okay. Okay. I think Trish is going to spend 3 for Lola. We're going to engage Naomi as our second action. We're going to try a free evade at 5 to 2. She's evaded. I think I will move to a connecting location. I mean, we only need 1 more clue to reveal a new guy. What if Trish starts heading up and we just shoot our shot, see who we got? Alright, Tommy is gonna spend 1, 2, 3. What did Daniela do this turn? Did I not do upkeep with Daniela? She sweep and kicked last turn. She got engaged. I didn't do upkeep with her. Alright, Daniela. So Tommy's going to do this, and then Tommy's going to do this make him sing. So we're going to choose an enemy, and then we're going to test 4 to 1. They have 1 remaining health. And we'll go 6 to 1 with this wrench committed. Nice. So we're going to discover this clue. And then I think for the last action, Tommy's going to move out here. I think Daniela will chill with Joe. She'll play a stand together. She'll play a Hallowed Mirror. And then we'll Soothing Melody ourselves for 2 horror. And then this, she can get up, and then we can go upkeep. Upkeep. Scene of the crimes in your deck, Tommy. 5 of 8. 5 to 3. Cool. Good job, Trish. Whippoorwill is actually pretty chill here. The nearest non-elite enemy moves once towards Tommy. The whippoorwill is chasing Tommy. It does not engage the investigator. Place a doom on that whippoorwill. That whippoorwill is sus. And then we have another whippoorwill here. Okay. So what we do is I think Trish goes first. Trish is going to move in here. That's a victory location. Oh, shit. Can we try to sneak some more victory? Alright, we are going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cornelia Ackley. After you successfully evade her, ready her. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's try to evade her, I guess. We'll go 6 to 3. She is alert. But I'm even more alert. Alright, so then we'll ready her. We do get a draw card. And we get a draw card, so we'll draw 2. We still have our weakness in here, so we have to be aware of that. But that's also why Trish is kind of going first. Alright, let's read number 2. You find Miss Ackley working the late shift at a rundown garage. She seems friendly enough as she offers you a cigarette, but the moment you mention the Brother of Ash, her expression hardens and she points you to the door. Who are you? She's a supervisor. I'm going to heal a horror, and then we'll place a resource on her. Okay. I think I'm going to use Lola to pick up a clue here. And then we're going to try to evade her at 7 to 3. Lola. La 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 Lola. Alright, let's do that again. And draw a card. Ah! It's the guy! I told you about him. Do you remember him? I can't eat this yet, but I'm so fucking hungry. I'm so ready to. I just gotta finish this scenario. But let us not rush. Let us enjoy the moment. We're gonna spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to parlay with her one last time. So Naomi O'Banion is gonna take away one of these whippoorwills. Honestly, I think it's just the one with the doom on it. She moves up there. Our skulls are now -3s. Okay. And then I think Joe just moves and moves. Tommy is gonna move. I mean, Trish can just get punched, right? She's looking pretty good. I think we just want to prep this scene of the crime. We could try this make them sing. We can investigate. Save the M1911 for Trish. Shoot the gun. Make him sing. Successfully evade is not automatically evade. I mean, we could shoot this guy. What if Daniela goes first and she just moves there? Yeah, let's have Daniela go first and she'll just move here, because then maybe she can help Tommy on this shot against the operative. So we fire this. So that puts us at... Oh, we can actually just go 8 to 4 without Daniela. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. He's toast, brother. He's toast. Trish also does have a Dark Pact, so we just need to be aware of that, because we're probably going to get it this turn. No, it's a flashlight. Becky's in the house. Alright, 6 of 8. A rogue gangster. That's a fucking dick-ass move. Downpour, we're going to go 2 to 3. Both my take the initiatives are in here. So we're just going to lose some actions. We're going to lose all of our actions. Joe's out of commission this episode. Joe will be back in the next turn. We're going to go 3 to 5. We're taking 2 horror. Yeah, I'm taking 2 horror. Okay. And then we put 1 on you. Okay. Well, Tommy's going to go first, and Tommy is going to play Scene of the Crime to grab 2 clues here. Tommy is then going to shoot nobody. No. We can shoot the gangster. Yeah, we're going to shoot the gangster. We're going to shoot the gangster by bringing this back into our hand. So we're going to discard this to return this, which is then going to trigger its ability, and then we're going to go 8 to 3. He's going to take 2 damage, and then we're going to spend 2 to make that motherfucker sing. So we're going to go 4 to 1. I'd like to go 5 to 1. You got a fist for me? Here, take this bandolier. We'll go 5 to 1. Nice. So this guy will be automatically evaded, and we'll grab a clue. And then I think I will draw a card. Okay. Trish is going to try to evade this lady. We're going to go 5 to 3. We can go 6, 7 to 3. All right, we'll heal a horror and then put a resource on her. We only have to do that 1 more time. You got a foot icon. We can go counterpunch and Saxon to go 7 to 3 1 more time. Nice. We'll read the other one here. Eventually, your words get through to the grumpy foreman. She apologizes and invites you to sit down. I went because a couple of my friends at the NHI factory talked them up. Apparently, those Brethren of Ash are preaching something about a glorious rebirth for all their followers. I tuned out the rest of it. I don't really go for that kind of flim-flam anyway, Cornelia says. When you ask about her friend, she shakes her head. All 3 of them haven't shown up to work for the past few weeks. We successfully interrogated this suspect. Our skulls are now -4s, but we're just going to work to resign, I think. So I think Trisha's last action is going to be to move in here. I think Daniela is going to punch this guy at 8 to 3. This whippoorwill should be here. He's dead. I'll look at the top 9. But Danielle's just going to resign. I think Danielle's just going to get out. We're going to take encounter cards off the board. We will then send this whippoorwill up here, and we'll go to upkeep. That's not a Dark Pact. We will then go to 7 of 8. A whippoorwill is no problem. A flash flood is no problem. This whippoorwill moving here is no problem. That's going to surge into an arcane lock, which is no problem. Tommy can spend 2 actions and resign on the 3rd. Trish can resign, dropping her clue. Joe can resign, not dropping anything. Okay. Honestly, the squad brought the fucking heat. Reveal the enemy from the people that was set aside. This is the true identity. Record. This person is the harbinger of Elikost. No, not Sergeant Earl Monroe. Not him. Gather each elite enemy in play or beneath a location. Shuffle them together. Draw them one at random. Okay. Kind of fun. You don't even have to resign in this scenario? Oh, sure. I don't care. There's not much I could have done in that last little bit. Doesn't really matter. This, alright. This one. Gather each lead enemy in play. Enter beneath the location in the scenario. And shuffle. Oh, sorry, not you. Just these two. I guess we do have to include him, huh? Because it's the only way we can get him, right? Okay. How does he get there? Like, am I going crazy, Chad? Is he supposed to be in here? Yes, okay. But it doesn't say it, right? Alright, well, we failed to find... We failed our search. No problem. Okay, so we get victory X and then each an additional for each enemy that was below. So we're going to walk away with 7 VP. You revealed him, so he is in play? Is he? Is he in play? I don't think revealing is in play. Alright. Okay, we go to resolution scenario. Alrighty! Let's go! Well... yeah, that wasn't the actual Servant of Flame. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this. We have one scenario left in this wonderful four-handed solo experiment. I'll be honest, that one actually went smoother than the first one for me, mentally, which is good, which is kind of crazy because that was a harder scenario. But I had a good time with it, and I hope you're enjoying it too. In the meantime, thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good one, and as always, GG's. It's food time, chat, while we upgrade. Yes! Mmm. Uh-oh. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I have 7 to upgrade with. That makes sense. We do have something fun next week. Next week, if everything goes according to plan, Daniel and I are going to be doing... we're starting a sealed run.
So that'll be fun. Maybe not as fun as 12-handed machinations through time, but still pretty fun. I think realistically we just want more damage, right? Yeah, this one's not a tactic. I think it's a neat idea, but... I don't know if it's the way. I honestly think just one stand together will be good. Whoops. No! No! Perfect. Why can't I edit my deck? Oh. Because your upgrade didn't save. Why can't I edit my deck? There we go. I think we just go without the pickpocketing. And then we just need like a level 1 card. Could go with Easy Mark. I think I might just lower our curve with a magnifying glass. Yeah. Nothing too exciting here, but this Trish deck is not really that exciting, in all fairness. I wonder if it's time for the charisma. And I think we just make our M1911s better. Yeah. More card draw. More. Yeah. I need 2 hands for this, so bear with me. See you later, alligator. That's a tough question, Xenoblad. And I actually might have an answer to that question later this week. So if it's all the same to you, I'm going to keep it close to the chest for now, because I have a video coming out about that this week or next week. I don't want to tip my hand, if you will. Oh, hell. There we go. Almost done, everybody. Russell? Okay. One more scenario to go. And then this ultimate experiment is complete. Do you know what's kind of sick with it? This, Boxing Gloves Daniela deck is actually, like, working out. That's kind of hype. I think Wendy did grow up. Not that much, though, because it's only been, like, a year. I think only a year has passed in, like, game time. Maybe a bit more, but it doesn't seem like it's been that long, but maybe I'm wrong. Build those decks. So we're going to add a squid and a tablet. Whoopsie, other way around. I'll be 1 second, chat. Was she ever adopted? No. Everyone looked at her and said, "She stinks! She stinks!" Okay. That dressing was garlicky as hell. All right, chat. Let's do this! Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last episode here of the four-handed solo run through Brethren of Ash. Yes! Yes! We've made it so far. Can we close this up with a victory? Only one way to find out, and that's by playing. Okay. So then we should have... We'll have an extra Doom on the agenda, because we have 3 or 4 players in the game. Okay. Alright. Chanting echoes through the fetid tunnels, the cult's rebirth is at hand. Each enemy in a location with a copy of Fire attached cannot be damaged. 6 Doom, but only 4. Search the sewers. The Brethren of Ash could be anywhere. You must search the sewers for the cult's ritual site if you hope to save your friend. That's some crazy looking sewers, man. When an investigator enters the underground cistern, advance. So the underground cistern, we need to get 12 clues to get in. Alright, we'll zoom out, get our shuffle on. And let's see our opening hands. 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay, well, I see some slight issues. Just in my far zoomed out mode. You know? I'm seeing a few issues cropped up. This is not the right Trish deck. This is not the right Trish deck. Give me a second. Because of the accident. Private tech ID? What the fuck do you mean it's private? There we go. Something weird happened when that shit was going down, man. Alright, take 2 with the Trish. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we have the otherworldly compass. Okay, let's burn this other stuff. Trish, you should get with the gang. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty alright start. Over here in Joe, the psychoanalysis isn't terrible. The autopsy report is fine. I mean, it is like psychoanalysis. I mean, do we want to save this for the horror healing, right? Do I have 1 or 2 of these in my Joe deck? I do have 2. So we could try to grab the other one later. I'm honestly not opposed to it. I think practice makes perfect is good early. Yeah. We need a weapon more than we need most other things. We're gonna keep the dog. We got... I didn't say what kind of weapon. This is technically a way to fight. It is true. It was not the one I wanted, but it technically is a way to fight. We're gonna dig for... not this. Okay, so this is a pretty rough start. But we have some ways to get out of it. I think the correct course of action is to start actually with Joe. So this is actually such an interesting question here that I think is worth its own video of a topic. Do you guys see... Just if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to put in chat. And if you're watching at home, feel free to try to figure it out. What is the, like, really interesting decision point here that actually factors a lot into the order of play on this turn? Because I think that this is something in Arkham that can happen. And, I mean, obviously I have complete information here for what I'm doing. But what do you think is, like, the decision that is very interesting here? Because it's like, I don't think there's a wrong answer to the way to approach this. But there is such a kind of interesting thing with Stand Together and Psychoanalysis. So we're going to be playing both of these cards this turn. But the order that we play them determines the amount of information that we can get to decide what is the most optimal way to play. So right now with Stand Together, I could choose any of these other investigators to also draw 2. My gut instinct right now is to grab Tommy, because Tommy doesn't really have a good weapon to fight with. However, if I do Psychoanalysis first, every investigator gets a chance to look at 3, which might actually solve Tommy's problems. Like if he gets the Remington, he's set, right? And then the Stand Together can be for an investigator who might need support after the Psychoanalysis. So we're going to start with the Psychoanalysis for that reason. One at a time, each investigator at your location reveals the top 3 cards of their deck, draws 1, and shuffles the remaining. So basically everyone's getting a Eureka right now. I could not imagine a better card for Trish to get than Lola Santiago. So we're going to grab Lola Santiago. Joe's going to heal this horror. I need this. Right. Another Psychoanalysis. Okay, I'm actually going to take the Psychoanalysis. And we're going to bank that one for later. Tommy. Okay, Tommy's going to need help. We're going to take a Makeup Sing, I think. Yeah, we don't need another Stand Together. Oh my god. Okay, well, I suppose we take the Bandolier. Is that Russ I hear? Hey, buddy. How's it going? Alright, I think I'm actually going to take the Overpower. It'll help us draw out of stuff a little bit easier. I then think Joe is going to play Autopsy Report. The campaigns have a canon investigator grouping? No. No. I don't believe there is a canon one for that. That's a great question, though. Hi. Do you want to come sit? Do you want to come sit? Here, come on. Get me. Oh, what a prince. What a regal being you are. And then I think for my last action, we're just going to go up the middle. Okay, no one else come here. Joe made a mistake. Alright. Alright, now Daniela's going to go. She's going to do a Stand Together 3. She's going to draw 2, and she's going to choose Tommy. Okay, on the plus side, Daniela's ready to fight, so Tommy can just kind of like support on the way. So Daniela's going to spend 2 for the wrench, and then I think we're going to spend 2 for a bandolier. Trish is going to spend 2 and play an otherworldly compass. We're going to fast out a magnifying glass. I think we're going to go check one of these locations. It's a 3-shot. When you enter this, choose and discard a card from your hand. All right, that's a pretty easy invite to play Lola Santiago in that case. And then we'll choose and discard a card from my hand. We'll lose... Yeah, probably just you. Okay. And then we have Tommy. Tommy's going to spend 3 for a police dog. I'm not happy with any of this, really. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to be a little bit of a nuisance from this. What if I put there and my head was like my arm was like a pillow for you? I think we'll draw a card. And then I think I just have to play a gun. But I don't know if I like this gun. I wonder if it's better to just like play Stand Together with Daniela and we just kind of like support each other as the fighters. Okay. Upkeep. Another pickpocketing. Some midnight oil to burn. First watch. Oh, Ross, you just stepped on my nut. Jesus Christ. And a right tool for the job. Okay, I mean, I think it's worth it to dig out boxing gloves if there's downtime. Ashen Rebirth. I I wouldn't say that makes them canon, though. I think the design of Arkham is particularly non-canon for what investigators experience the campaign. I guess we're taking 2 direct damage here, so we're gonna go 2 to 4. Yeah, we'll take 2 direct damage. A bit of a spicy meatball for sure. Is this deck shuffled? It wasn't. Okay. Well, we'll shuffle this one back in. I guess my update doesn't shuffle? I thought I had the newest update. Put Langur into play in your threat area. As your turn begins, discard the top card of the deck if it's a weakness, draw it. Otherwise, you cannot play or commit cards of that type this round. Interesting. Neat card. Sure. We're going to go 3 all. -0. We're okay. And a Hellhound. All right. All right. Alright, well, we're going to use the Otherworldly Compass, reduce the Shrouds to 1. During this window, we're going to pay a resource to grab a clue with Lola. So then we are 6 to 1. Nice, we're going to grab a clue. I think then we're going to investigate at... Actually, is there even a reason to investigate? That's a great question. I mean, it does allow us like to move, investigate next turn. So yeah, we're going to investigate at 6 to 3 twice and see what happens. First one's good. Second one is good. We'll then discard a Pickpocketing from our hand. Joe's going to discard the top card of his deck. It's an event, so we cannot play events this turn. I do want to leave this location. Do I? It is 4. So we are going to move, and let's check this one out. After you enter this location, discard cards on the top of the encounter deck until after you enter this location. Okay. A Zealot. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll just investigate at 4 to 1. I mean, realistically, we probably want to kill this guy. So I think Tommy's going to pull out his service revolver. And then he's going to move. Do I want to spend an extra resource? I think I do. Because right now this is our only weapon. So Tommy's going to move in here. And then we're going to discard cards. Perfect. That's a good draw. Okay. So I think what we do is let's say we engage this guy to be wed. We get attacked for a damage, we get attacked for another damage. That's pretty spooky with the Ashen Rebirth card, but there's only 2 of them. So with that in mind, we'll go up to 5, so we'll go up to 7. That is pretty spooky. The alternative is I just get attacked by this guy. It's kind of the same effect. We kill this guy next turn. I don't think Make Him Sing is the way. Yeah, the standalone scenarios for specific parallel investigators would be probably the only exception. I agree with that. Let's say we make him sing this guy. I don't think that's the way. I mean, I wonder if the correct action is just provoke an attack of opportunity. So we investigate 3 to 1. This guy attacks us. So we get hit for 1, but then we get a fire at him. So we're 5 to 2. We can go 7 to 2. He's dead. This will then trigger this. And we also have our investigate that we need to trigger. So we're going to go 6 to 1 over here. Nice. That cultist does matter. All right, so then we finish our thing here. So we're going to go 3 to 1 and just hope it works out. This round. It does not work, but that's okay. All right, as for you, Daniela, is it crazy to just attack you 3 times? Probably, right? We probably just want to, like, take you out. But you're like our boss killer. Couldn't this guy attack me? Take 1 and 1. That's not terrible. Take 1 and 1. I can then attack him with that. But that's not great. We could counter punch him. Stop the attack, but that doesn't kill him. But we get an extra action to continue to set up this way, so I think it's worth it. So get it for 1 and 1. This guy only discards the asset if he attacks during the enemy phase. So we're going to go 7 to 2. Deal 1 damage to enemy or location. That's fucking crazy that worked out. Are you kidding me? That's nuts. Okay. We're then going to try to find the right tool for the job. We're going to look at top 9. We're looking for boxing gloves. We failed to find, but that's okay. Because we're a believer. We believe so hard, we're going to try again. Look at the top 9. Failed to find. Light God is dead. He hates us. Do you have the deck list available somewhere? Yes. I can quickly put them in YouTube chat. So, Joe. Tommy. Trish. Daniela. Should special challenge scenarios be included in future retail or remain as print and play extras? They should not ever go to retail. I guess I'll just draw a card for my last action. I don't think they're good enough. Okay, upkeep. I mean, we are schmoving. Fuck. Self-centered Tommy? That's crazy. Alright. 5 of 6. Okay, this doesn't affect people, so I could do this, but we're just gonna... Okay, this is from hand? Sure. They recently updated the choose rules, right? In the new Grimoire? Because must is no longer there. You didn't like the special challenge series in general, or is it mixed? I've never played them, but I've never heard people say they're good. I've heard a lot of people say they're bad. Or like, the only one I've seen people say they've enjoyed is the Skids one. Well, we're gonna go 2 to 3, we're just gonna pass. Okay, so we fail, lose an action, and I wonder if so the thing about the choose, there was something about this in the new Grimoire. All choose effects now inherently require investigators to choose an option with the potential to change the game state, whether they explicitly contain the word must or not. So does that mean you're forced to choose something that discards something with this new card? Now that's interesting. If you're reading it by the rule of the law, yes. I would have to choose asset here and then discard 3 cards, right? If you have to choose something that changes the game state, right? But I think there's also a fair argument that choosing a card type has the potential to change the game state when it checks your hand. It's just the fact that your hand doesn't have anything in it. Now that's a spicy meatball. Let me look at the new post. I haven't had to dig deep into a rules thing for a while. The book there writes itself. Okay, where was the choose in here? Do they actually have this section? I want to see if there's a bigger detail than just this thing here. Is there choose in this grimoire somewhere? So there's no more must, but they don't have choose in here. They really should add a choose section in the grimoire if they're going to do this. Yeah, the quote is from the quote is from the FFG news site, but that is not an official news source in my that's not an official rule source in my opinion. We follow one very specific rule at PBG, is that you only follow the FAQ, which is now upgraded to the Grimoire because the Grimoire is the new FAQ. Like, I know that's in the article. I'm looking at it right now. It's just a matter of this is not in the rule book. That's specifically as a side note. But do they have that in the Grimoire somewhere? Is what I'm looking for. They have nothing under choose, and also must is gone. I want to find more, like a more... What am I trying to say? I want to say like professional, like is the writing in the actual grimoire is very good and easy to parse. And I want to find something that's like that kind of vibe. Let's go to the Quick Learner Community tab. I know Daniel posted something there. I mean, I'm happy to discard all 3 cards. It's not like it's gonna ruin my day, so to speak. I just want to I want to get like the actual, like, official, not news article No, nothing there. Okay, then we will hop into triggering condition. No. No. Scenario resolution. No. Okay, I'm gonna go to Arkham DB for a second. I want to look up what the old must was, because that can also potentially help us kind of like figure out by addition by subtraction. Must. Yeah, okay. That does help this. Let me look up change game. Let me just search game state. When the game state, forced abilities. As if. No, we're stuck in as if. Get me out. Lasting effects, limbo, modifiers, must. Okay, I can't find anything in the actual, what if we just search game state in this? Maybe that'll help us with something. As if, copy, lasting effects, modifiers, target. No, I think they need to add a choose to this. But, so there's no official way, I mean, we have to choose something that changes the game state. So discard 3 on that. But that is good to know. I hope they specify it directly in a future post. Hello, guy. Unnatural K. Test brain forfeit fail. You must either place one doom on acid control or take 2 damage. Sure. Saxon, your days might be numbered. Alright, Saxon is going to get a doom. That's a shame, because you're a very good card. A Langer of my own, you say. Okay, well, Trish is going to continue her journey on her own. She's going to move here and then move over here. 2 Shroud. If you enter this location, lose an action. Okay, well, that's life, I suppose. Yeah, the revealing location. So then I think this is the okay one, right? All right. Tommy will go next. Tommy's going to attack into Joe. We're going to use the police dog to go 6-2. We'll use this vicious blow to go 7-2. He's dead. That will trigger this. Sorry, this. So then we can investigate at 6-1. Nice. Okay. And then I'm going to engage this Zealot, and then we're going to move, triggering this attack. So the police dog's going to die. Sorry, Saxon. And then we're going to fire at 6-2. At 5-2, sorry. We're not at a ritual site, so this guy is cooked. Okay. I think realistically we want to meet up for some, like, group therapy in the near future. Danielle's going to discard a card. We can't commit skills. We're just going to get rid of this and then move into this location. Oh no, we're staying here. I guess we draw a card to try to find our boxing gloves. Ah! That's crazy. All right. So now we just have Joe, who's going to discard the top card of their deck. We cannot play events this turn. Well, we're going to investigate at 4-1. We're going to grab this clue. And then I think we're going to just move in here and gain a resource. And then we'll go upkeep. Huge. Nice. I think I'm going to just discard you. I would have kept Saxon if I knew that was coming, but alas, we did not. And then, sorry, this guy attacks Daniela. We're going to fight with this, so we're going to go 7-4. Are you a cultist? No, you're a criminal. You'll take 2 damage, though. No vicious blows to commit. We'll go 5 of 6. We'll do the book. We'll go 5-1. You know what? We'll go 6-0. Why not? Yay! We'll look at the top 3. I think this is better for filling up our life again. Farty fart. Oh, that's pretty bad. We'll take the initiative. We'll go 5-3. Ooh, that's really good. Draw a card, gain a resource. Huge. What do we got? An Acolyte? Sure. We don't need to worry about him this turn. He can just, like, chill. Can I survive taking 2 damage? I mean, our only way to do this is to try. We'll go even. Maybe we draw a skull. Not -3. Thanks for the help, though, Joe. I do appreciate it. Okay, well, we have to take 2 damage. Going up to 5 is a bit spooky, but I think we're going to run it. Because I think if we find our boxing gloves, we're okay. And then the next ones are kind of free. I mean, these are just Crypt Chills, but for some reason they're scarier than Crypt Chills. I guess it's because they place Doom. Aren't they? Okay. Oh, I couldn't have committed that. We have this. Oh, I couldn't have committed this either. Okay, we got to go back in time a bit, guys. Okay, I drew the Elder Sign, so we can just run that. I wouldn't have committed anything because I couldn't. We drew the Elder Sign. That was the test we drew the Elder Sign on. Okay. All right, I think Daniela goes first, and she is going to fight this guy. No, I wonder if Joe goes first. Okay, no, I think Trish is the one who goes first. She's going to spend the 2 to put out this, and then we're going to investigate with the Otherworldly Compass. It's a 0 shroud, so we're going to discover a clue, and then we are going to do 6-0 rather, which will grab us a clue, and then we're going to move in here. Daniela is next. Daniela is going to attack this guy at 7-3. We'll go 9-3. 9-4, sorry. Nice. We'll draw a card and he's dead. I think then I'm going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. We're going to clear this out for Joe. Joe is then next. And he's going to spend 2 for a psychoanalysis. So let's see what we get here. Not too much for Trish. I think I'll just take you. I'll take you. You do something. Joe's gonna heal that horror again. Dude, why are you so hot, computer? Let's reveal 1, 2, 3. I think I'm gonna take a burning the midnight oil, I think. 1, 2, 3. We're taking the Remington and we're running with it until the ends of the earth. We'll heal a horror and reveal 1, 2, 3. I want the Hallowed Mirror, but I think the boxing gloves are more important. There's so much value packed into this card. Okay, that was action 1. I think action 2, we're going to burn the midnight oil. So we're going to investigate at 4 to 1. We succeeded. And I think we spend 4 and put down the tower. Tommy's going to play an extra money for the Remington. So it comes in with 2 more bullets. And then I think we're going to put out this custom grip. And then I think I'm going to engage and shoot you. That's 6 to 2. He's cooked. He's cooked. All right. I feel a little bit more confident in our setup here, but the Mythos deck is still... It's a doozy in this scenario. Out the door is nice. Toe-to-toe is fine. On the beat is good. And I will discard, realistically... I want all of these cards. I think it's gonna be bandages. I think so. Alright, then this advances. Underground Cistern. We got the Servant of Flame. He's hungry. He's coming. Okay. From somewhere deep within the bowels of the city, a searing flame grows in intensity. Those who bear the mark of the Queen arise to herald her return. If the Servant of Flame enemy is set aside, spawn in the Underground Cistern. Each investigator must test Brain 4. Each investigator fails, takes a direct horror. First one over here is a fail, so we'll take a direct horror. Second one over here is a fail, we'll take a direct horror. Third one over here is a fail, we'll take a direct horror. Fourth one over here is a fail, we'll take a direct horror. The air is choked with noxious smoke as the sounds of chanting grow louder. Too bright, too bright. Each enemy location with a copy of Fire attached cannot be damaged. Alright. Test Brain 3. For each brain you fail by, place 1 Doom on a cultist enemy with no Doom on it. If you fail and no Doom was placed, search and count and discard pile for a cultist enemy and draw it. Alright, 2 to 3. I am actually going to just grab this guy. I think I'm okay with drawing the last one out of the deck. Okay. I will commit a card here. We'll commit this, so we're going to go 7 to 5. You know what? We'll go 8 to 4. Yeah, I'll take that. Joe loves that Elder Sign, man. I haven't been drawing cards with Joe's ability. Shh. That's bad. Can you guys help me with a foot test? I can give you out the door. I can give you this. Okay, we're going to have to try. We don't want to lose our gun. So we're going to gain 4 resources. So we're at 3, 4, 5 to 3. I think we would like to go 6, 7. Sorry, we'd like to go 7 to 3. We need to keep the gun. Oh, that's bad. That's so bad. That fucking hurts. Alright, Tommy is going to be a bit neutered in this scenario for sure. We lose those 4 resources. Up over here. Herald, test brain 3. If you fail to name a card type, each investigator discards one card of the name type from their hand. Okay. Well, 3 all we might pass. We don't. I'm going to say skill. Sure. Okay, well, Tommy can find another gun. Daniela can deal with the Zealot. Trish can move into this location and, like, grab a clue. We could face check this location. No, so custom grip is only during your turn. During your turn only. So we can't do it there. Yeah, custom grip. There is, so I could have, if it didn't say during your turn and just said return to your hand, I could have done it during that test. So like I could have, like, the window before or after skill cards were committed, I could have returned it to my hand then, but because it wasn't my turn, and also this one you can't do it during an action. They really locked that lightning bolt down. But that's okay. Upward and onward, right? Alright, well, Daniela's going to grab this guy. Well, first Daniela's going to play 2 for the boxing gloves. Then she's going to engage this guy. Then she's going to punch him at 7-2. Reveal another token. We're 5-2. We are 2-2. So it's dead. And we'll look at the top 9 for a spirit. Of course, happy to clarify. What does my weakness do? Yeah, it's pretty much that's a nightmare. I think we take the sweeping kick. Yes. Okay. Tommy's gonna draw a card. And I think Tommy's just gonna get rid of the self-centered. We gotta move. We gotta schmove. Alright. I think Joe can face check this location. Yeah, this is the good one, the Smuggler's Cache. So notably it doesn't connect to this. We played that wrong in our first time. I mean, Joe can just stay here. It's not the end of the world. We'll play 2 for this lab assistant and draw 2. You know what? I think I will move back. Alright. Trish will come in here, and then we'll investigate with the compass. So we'll go 6-2. We'll grab a clue. And then we're just going to move back. Alright, so the question is, where do we want to fight this guy? Can I choose, like, none of them? I mean, I suppose we could go, like, hang out in the sewer tunnels, the Smuggler's Cache, and then meet him in Mortal Kombat over here. That's not a terrible idea. I mean, we might as well take it slow. We have, like, what, 10, and then probably, like, yeah, we have the super one. Like, we can go slow. Let's go upkeep. 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 I want the bandages. I think we lose the stand together. Okay. 1 of 10. Well, I have a little bit less time than I wanted. Oh, fuck. Okay. I mean, I can take this one. We'll surge on this one. Sure. Yeah, give it to me. Take 2 damage. Is it direct? Yep. Brutal card. Noxious Smoke. Tommy, my man, you gotta do fucking something with your life. I think we'll go up 2. Nice. Good job, Tommy. Like, he's working with nothing right now. Hellhound. We also could try to meet him in here. No, but then Elikos is there. Yeah, it's only a 2-act deck. I mean, is it crazy to just, like, set up? I don't think it is. Let's draw a card. Let's draw a card. That's a nightmare. Move up here and put a damage on her. Joe's going to move in here and clear out that. Tommy's going to draw a card. That's probably worth playing. You can at least support. Let's heal Daniela for 2, and then we get to draw a card. That's nice. And then we're going to move up here. I don't know if Daniela could survive going 2-2 here. You know? We did 20 health back in the day, but we did also use 12 clues to do it. Okay, I think we're going to take an attack of opportunity, which will let us attack with the wrench at 9-2. He'll take 2 damage. And that attack of opportunity was to play this beat cop. We're then going to attack again at, I think this is now 10-2. You're cooked. And then we move into this location. Okay. This guy comes in here. Everyone gains an extra resource, which is not nothing. And then we'll go upkeep and we'll see what we're working with. That's good. Crack the case is not really anything. A gun is good. And a vicious blow is good. Okay. That was a big breath, buddy. That was a big breath. What time is it? It's only 2:10. It's not time for food yet. Alright, 3 out of 10. We're going to see the Dark Magician soon. Oh, yeah, we'll go 2-3. We're going to say event. I am spoiled for choice. Hi, Russ. What are you doing down there? Okay, so that was Trisha's card. We now got to go to Joe's card. The Zealot. Okay, we are going to want to kill that. 3-3. Sure. Hook me up. Oh, is it a random card? Yeah, we'll lose a resource. We got it for free from the smuggler's cache. Yeah, I'll take a damage and a horror on you, and then this card can gain Surge. The Dark Magician is here! Hi! What are you doing down there, buddy? I can't give you anything if you're just gonna sit down there. Do you want to come up on camera again, or you just want to rub your head on that post? Yeah, you want to just rub your head on that post, don't you? Yeah, come on up. Oh, come on up. That's an order. That's an order. Okay, well, this is not how I wanted this to go. I think Trish has got to move forward. I think Trish and Joe have got to try to, like, advance the game state, if you will. Daniela could start. Oh, man. Tommy could start and he could shoot the Dark Magician. Let's drop this to also put out some extra bullets. It's the upgraded version. Thank God I upgraded that. No, not clues. Okay. And then we shoot the Dark Magician. So this puts me at 8-4. Dark Magician takes 2. We'll draw a card. Honestly, let's just repeat it. If it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it. Nice, okay. Well, Dark Magician is dead. I'll take that. That's not bad. And then Tommy will gain an extra resource here. And now I think Daniela runs into this location. And then she's going to play... I actually wonder if it's better for Trish to do it. And we just, like, take it slow. Hi! Aren't you cute? So Trish comes in here, and Trish tries to evade this guy. Well, first she's going to put out her magic potion, and then she's going to try to evade this guy at 7 to the game's 4. Alright, we'll draw a card. Okay. And then I think Trish is going to hop in here. And she's going to use the otherworldly compass to reduce this to 2. Which Lola is going to buy a clue? I don't think so. I think we just go 6-2. Nice. Russ, do you smell the fucking my Caesar wrap? Okay, I should not put that in here. You're a fucking fiendish beast, my boy. Okay, so we moved. We evaded, we moved, we investigated. We grabbed the clue, we take a horror. It's not direct. I'm going to put it on Lola. Lola. Okay. Joe moves in here. And now this is where things... How old is my cat? I actually have no idea. Ross, when did we get you? 2018? So he's like 9 years old, I think? Because he was like a year when we got him. Okay, Joe moves in here. I think Joe's going to shoot his shot at 6-4. Honestly, nice try. Alright, and now Daniela comes in here, and now Daniela's gonna get to work. We're gonna fight with 1-2 punch, and we're gonna use a practice makes perfect on this test. I'll give you this vicious blow. So we are 6, 7, 8, 9-4 for this attack here. Nice. You're going to take 2 damage. This vicious blow comes to my hand. We're going to resolve the next attack here. We are 8, 10. We're going to go 11-4. I get to deal damage to an enemy on location. This deals 2, and then an extra from the vicious blow is 6. Oh, right. Joe's weakness. No, you're right. Thank you. Let's go back in time. Let's go back to the first test. Practice makes perfect. This was among them. This is in here. Draw, cancel the effects of search and shuffle your deck. Thank you. Keeping me honest. I completely missed it. I didn't even see it there, to be honest. Alright, so we just deal 1 damage. So that vicious blow's not here. We got the Elder Sign still, so that's going to be 1 and then 2 more. So we're just down 2 damage. That's and the Vicious Blow, obviously, but could be worse. I think then we attack again at 8 to 4. We'll go 9 to 4. He'll take 2. It's slow going, but we are making progress. We'll then go upkeep. Okay, okay. Upkeep, Hallowed Mirror. Alrighty. 5 of 10. 2 to 3. We pass. There's nothing in there, Russ. There's nothing in there. Oh, that's a bit spooky. We'll take the initiative. We'll go 5 to 3. Nice. Cosmic Evils, you do not want to see that. I think we might lose this. And I think, Russ, get your head out of the garbage. There's nothing in there for you. I think we take the 1/1 in this gain Surge. Okay. We do the brain test. And we go up 1. Huge. Alright, what do you got for me? Asher Birth is a bit spooky. But we just have to believe. 3 to 4. Woo! Turns out, when you believe, everything's okay. Russ, what are you doing down there? Okay, I'll go give you a treat, just so that I can focus on the game. So I'll be right back. Alright, let's go, come on. Okay, now it's our turns. This guy should be here. Yeah, we placed a Doom at 218. Yeah, okay. So Tommy engages, shoots, and then moves. Six to 2. He's cooked. Move in here. We're going to try to do a sweeping kick. So 10 to 4. 2 from this. 2 damage to him. Okay. And then I think we just like pot him twice at 10 to 4. Joker try to find his bandolier to join the fight. Trish will pursue the objective and hopefully not get destroyed. I think we shuffle those other enemies in, but luckily we have a big deck, so they shouldn't like, whoa, like shouldn't pop out of nowhere. They would be very bad if they did. Yeah, I think we just have to like take this guy out. So we're just gonna go 10 to 4 twice. Karate chop. Huge. So he'll take 2 damage from the attacks and then 1 from the Elder Sign. 9 health remaining. Alright, Joe's gonna draw. Interesting. Joe's gonna draw. Joe's gonna draw. Russ, you back already? So we have the clues, so Trish can move in here. Okay. The chanting leads you through a labyrinth of tunnels to a dry cistern. Several dozen robed figures kneel before a burning birch tree chanting. Your friend is among them. You must stop them before they sacrifice themselves for Elikos. Spawn the set-aside Elikos enemy at the underground cistern, Faint Ember side face up. The investigator underground cistern draws one of the set-aside fire treacheries and shuffle each other fire copy of fire into the encounter deck along with the set-aside Queen's Knight and Herald of Flame enemies, and we put the set-aside Sluice Control into play. So he gets +5 player health, cannot move, and cannot make attacks of opportunity. We can spend player clues to place 1 clue on her. I draw one of these treacheries here, and then these get shuffled in there. Good job, Russ. Okay. Well, on the plus side, the Otherworldly Compass reduces this shroud to 0. So I can use Lola to grab a clue and then investigate at 5 to 0. And then I think we just, like, get out of here. And this is kind of our... Oh, the problem is all of these are bad. I mean, we could just discard a card, right? We could just, like, basically knock it in upkeep. We do get to draw a card off Lucky Cigarette Case. So we are kind of... Interesting. We don't really want to attack her. And then what is this one? There are no clues on it. Okay. I mean, Joe could potentially go and help, but I think Joe doing the combat, at least for right now, is okay. Give this back to Daniela. We get to go upkeep. I must discard a card. It'll be you. Upkeep over here. Upkeep over here. Now, Chad, imagine if we didn't lose that fucking Remington. 5 of 10. A Zealot. That's a bad place for that. Alright, what do you got? Cantor of Flame. I'll draw 2 cards with this Gather Intel. That deduction is kind of huge. Langur, I think, is fine. And a Hellhound. Okay, can you guys fucking chill, brothers? Do you not realize I have, like, God himself that I'm currently trying to solve? Hey, Brian Hyde, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the goddamn table. It's a pleasure to have you. Alright, how do we maneuver this turn? I think Daniela goes first. I think Tommy shoots this small guy. I think Joe grabs Practice Makes Perfect. That actually goes off this time. I think Trish is just gonna, like, move in. and continue to do her business. As soon as we get a fire anywhere else, we're in a pickle. If we are able to make it through the Servant of Flame this turn, though, like, we're looking pretty good. We could try to do a Make Them Sing. That doesn't really do too much for us. Trish could also try to evade the guy. Because then she could stay and she could try to get rid of the fire. That's not too bad. Alright, let's see Trish go first. So Trish is going to move in here. And she is going to investigate. That's a non-negotiable. Because we get 2 clues here. Oh, we have to draw the token for the second one. Which will let us draw another card. Okay. I think we then try to evade Elikos. And we just go up 2. I can cancel that token. Okay, we get a draw card. Which admittedly is getting a little bit spooky. I'm going to just say it. We're all thinking it. I can spend 1, 2, 3, 4 clues to place a clue on her. And then I'm going to try to get rid of this fire. And we're going to do out the door, so we're going to go up 4, sorry. Alright, the fire is gone. Okay, good job, Trish. She's killing it. I'm wondering if it's better to actually go into the sluice and have that as a backup instead. You know what, we're going to keep our clues. We're going to keep our clues for the time being. Because I think actually going into here is better. Okay. I was like, how does Joe have 9 cards in his hand? Because he had the Gather Intel. Okay. I think Daniela goes next. And I think she attempts to sweeping kick 10 to 4 against the Servant. 8 to 4. Huge. So we'll deal damage to him, and then another like that. Okay. I think we let this guy attack us. So then we're going to fight that enemy. So we're going to go 8 to 2. And we're going to use a Practice Makes Perfect here. We're going to look at the top 9. There's our Vicious Blow. Let's see if we can run this back properly this time. So we're 11 to 2. I'm afraid this guy is cooked. We're then going to attack this guy, and we have the Vicious Blow for this one. We'll use some bounties here. I think I probably want to give them to the gang. So we'll give you 3, and we'll give you 3. Okay, so we are 11 to 4. You'll take 2 damage. And then we're just going to go 11 to 4, and we're going to draw an Elder Sign. Sorry, 10 to 4, 8 to 4. All right, another damage. Okay, I don't know if we'll be able to kill this guy this turn, but that's okay. Joe hasn't gone yet. Let's see what Tommy has. So Tommy discards a card. I can't play events this turn. Okay. We're going to shoot this guy at 6 to 2. Can you trigger gloves on a kill? Yeah, good call. I'll take the 1-2 punch. Good call, Xenoblad, thank you. Here's the thing. You can also, like, just for reference for anyone watching, I haven't had to say this in a while. But you can, if I miss a trigger like that, it's because I'm focusing on the next player's turn already. It's just because I'm playing 4 hands at once, which normally when I play 2 hands, I already miss them. But you don't need to phrase it on, like, can't you trigger gloves on a kill, like a question. Obviously, the answer is yes. You can instead say like, or like, don't forget your gloves. Like, that's a much better way to point these things out, just for people watching. Like, there's obviously nothing wrong with saying what you did there because I know it has good intention. But it's one of those things where you can just be like, you missed that. We've seen some people say, my big pet peeve is when people ask things like questions when they obviously are right. It's kind of a cheeky like, did you miss something, Game Master? You know? It's just being like, by the way, you missed that is a much better way to phrase things. All right. I don't think we can take this guy out this turn. But I think we're going to try our darndest. So we're going to go 6-4. We're just trying to be nice. Yeah, I believe you. Or no, 8-4. Sweet. He's cooked. He'll go to 19. I think we're going to beat cop him next turn. And then I think Tommy moves in here to prep for war. You're dead. Okay, so what does Joe do? I think Joe just, like, moves in here and investigates, right? Joe goes, like, 1, 2, and he drops an investigation bomb on this. He commits, like, a deduction. He burns the midnight oil. He plays a perception. He, like, puts his whole hand into this. So we have, like, 7, 8, 9 to 4. He succeeds. He draws a card with his ability. He draws 2 cards with the perception. He gets a Mark of Elikos, which is going to kill this laboratory assistant. He gains 3 clues. She dies. And then we go upkeep. Okay. Lab asses live to die. Amen. Joe special card, by the way. What's my weakness? Have it in play. Yeah, we're happy to trigger it. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right. We're at 6 of 7. I have to do my upkeep first, though. Mark of Elikos, rearing its ugly head. Yeah, that's the thing as well. And you all should be very, very proud and impressed of me that I'm playing four-handed solo while recording and talking with chat at the same time. I feel like I deserve like a little ribbon or something that says number 1. Speaking of number 1, let's see what our first encounter card is. Oh, you're fine. Trish is the one that is actually honestly doing the best right now. Yeah, she'll take 2 damage. She has 8 damage. Holy shit, she's got a lot of red. Alrighty then. This is bad. This will have to be an Ancient Evils. I don't know what we're gonna do here. I really don't think we have the sequencing to get through this. There's a fire here. That's okay. We would like to leave that location this turn. Yeah. Okay. I think we're going to take this window and we're going to discard the B-Cop to kill this guy. So then we get to read that from this. So B-Cop down. Whoa, guys, we're in a new plane of existence. A cookie. I'll take a cookie. Hell yeah. All right. Maybe this will, like, give me 1,000,000 points. By defeating the Servative Flame, you have brought them to their senses. As you take off their mask, they look up at you confused. The officer's face is frozen in a look of terror as you take off the mask. Where am I? He asks, almost childlike. And what did I do? He looks at his blood-splattered clothing in horror. Each investigator may search the deck for a weapon asset and emplay it, ignoring all costs. Really? They're giving me, sorry, this is when you defeat him? Am I crazy? When he is defeated, I get to look for a weapon asset. In my deck? A weapon asset? Sorry, a weapon asset. At this point in the scenario, that's crazy with it. I mean, anyways, I do get to put a gun into play. So it actually was kind of relevant, but that's kind of just funny to me. Okay. The Acolyte should have moved. When investigation fades, discard each non-ready, place one doom. When the round ends, each cultist enemy. Because I never read this card. That's why I missed it. Thank you, Zombie Knowledge. You must stop the raid at any cost. You could scour the cistern for a means to stop the cult, or you could try to chop their profane idol to tinder. When the round ends, each cultist enemy... Okay, he moves here. That's fine. And then when the investigation phase ends. Okay, sure. That's honestly not too bad. Alright, we have to still finish this out here. Test foot 3. Yeah. Give it to me. Okay, I think we lose the wrench. Yeah. Okay. I think Tommy goes first. Tommy discards top card of his deck. I can't play assets this turn. That's good. That's a good draw. Tommy's going to move in here. Tommy's going to engage this zealot. Tommy's going to shoot this zealot. So we're going to go 6-2. Zealot down. That's good news. We're going to use the autopsy report to investigate at 6-4. We're going to use this to go... Ooh, no, we're going to go 8-4. We're going to use this here. 8-4. -1. We're going to discover this clue. When we discover this clue, we get to refill this. If there are no clues, place clues on it up to its clue value. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We then take a damage. Trish needs to evade this guy. I think Trish is going to start with this Cosmic Revelations. We're going to choose even for this. So Trish is going to play Burning the Midnight Oil. We're going to investigate at 6-4. We're going to use this perception to go 8-4. We succeed by 0. We do discover a clue. We get to draw a card. That's a good draw. We got our 2 resources, I think. Joe can play Laboratory Assistant, taking a horror to shuffle and then draw 2 cards. That's a good draw. Okay. Tommy is going to play a Soothing Melody. So he's going to heal 2 damage and draw a card. Daniela is going to play a Hallowed Mirror. Okay. That was Trisha's first action. Trish is going to fast out an Uncanny Specimen. She really has to evade this motherfucker. I'm going to tell you that right now. We don't really have a good way of doing that, so we're going to see if we can get there through Otherworldly Compass. We're going to reduce the shroud of this place to 0. Grab a clue, and then we're going to go 5 to 0. 3 to 0 will let us draw a card. That does let us evade a bit better, giving us another clue. We are then going to try and evade Mr. Elikos. So we have 6 to 5. We'll go 7, 8 to 5. We'll go 9 to 5. Hey, isn't it crazy that Tommy can do this test at fucking fist 20? Alright, we succeed, so you're evaded. Okay. Okay. I think then what we do is we investigate at 6 to 4, and I'll throw this perception. We'll go 8 to 4 as our last action. You know what? I believe in the power of deduction. I wonder if it's better. We're what? 6, 7. Let's go 8 to 4. -4 is good. We'll discover a clue from the investigation and then 1 from each of these deductions. So if my math is right, we only need 6 more clues. We only need 6 more clues. So Mr. Joe Diamond is gonna get to fucking work. He's gonna investigate at 7 to 4. He's gonna draw a card with his ability and then 2 from the perceptions. Okay. We're then going to investigate, and we're gonna go 6, 7, 8 to 4. Investigate, yeah, this is our second action. Nice, we're gonna grab a clue, which is then gonna give us a refill on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I think for my last action, I'm just gonna draw a card. That's good. Daniela is going to move, and drop down a soothing melody on Joe. And you're dead, by the way. Okay, we then go upkeep. Alright, we should be able to finish this turn. Okay, we go 8 of 10. I think it's finally time for the first watch. So reveal 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Okay. We'll do this one. We'll do this one first. 3 all. I'm drawing all of them, just as Tommy, just so you all know. He's drawing all 3. I mean, correctly, you give 1 to you. Alright, 3 to 3. We fail. I'm going to say asset, so we almost discard an asset from our hands. Okay, and then we have this one. We can go 3 to 2. We fail, so we'll take a damage and discard a random card from our hand. Alright, let's see if the gang can take it home. So I should need 20 clues. Alright, Trish, why don't you start us off? Because I think you have the highest chance of success here. We're going to use Otherworldly Compass. Honestly, thank God I didn't know this location had 4 connections to it. That's kind of clutch. So we're going to go 5 to 0. During this window, we're going to pay 0 to do Lola. We're going to commit a deduction to this. So we are 5 to 0. Nice, we'll grab 2 clues. And then I think we just need one more, right? Yeah. So we'll investigate at 8 to 4. Grab a clue. And then I can spend 5. I could spend 4 5 times to place 5 clues on Elikos, who is ready, by the way. And then we get R2. We stopped Elikos' glorious rebirth. We get victory X plus 5, so we get 9. The investigators have earned the collector campaign reward card. Add both copies of this card to the player card pool. And then each investigator suffers 2 mental trauma and 2 physical trauma from the events of the campaign. And we win the campaign! Let's go! That's a tricky scenario. I like it though. I think it's much better than the Devourer below. I think it's much better than Devourer below here. Overall, Trish did great. The Trish deck was stellar. I think that like I never felt worried about Trish. She always was like able to do what she needed to do. She stays just as strong as she was. And Finn's ability is actually kind of relevant. I think that I got really lucky that the final location had a shroud of 4 and 4 connections, which made it so that the Otherworldly Compass deck actually, so it was only -3, so I had to pay because it's revealed locations. So we had the resources for it because we eventually, like, we had 10 at the end, so I could have paid. Misplay on my part, but I think it still would have turned out all right. We just would have had to spend some cash, a bit more cash up front, but as you see, we ended with 10, so I don't think it was an issue. Likewise with this, these might have changed it. So you know what? I'm gonna take my lashings for that one. That was a misplay on my part. They have to be revealed. I think it mattered more in the middle over here, like when I was doing these ones with Trish, because this one's not revealed. So these ones only should have been 2. So that's my bad. I'm the only person who's played with Otherworldly Compass, though, and I should have known better, but I didn't. The Joe deck was fun. Tommy deck, I think, struggled a bit, and I think this, with Refinement, I think this Boxing Gloves Daniela could actually be pretty sick. I felt pretty good about it. I'd love to see it in a full campaign, not just in this one. So, I'll take my Aghanes for the Otherworldly Compass, but I don't think it would have changed too much. Does Chapter 2 Trish feel different up from Finn Edwards with different deck building? I would say she does, yeah. I think that a big part of Finn's kit that was kind of, that is like makes Finn very much Finn. It's going to sound crazy, but I actually think it's his survivor cards. The fact that he can get 5 survivor cards. I think Trish being able to get them is actually like, not being able to get them, I think is a big dividing factor between the two. And of course, obviously the Seeker 0 to 2, and then also the Rogue 4-5. So I think there's enough difference that the two are going to feel like different investigators. All right. In the meantime, thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you I hope you enjoyed this, and I appreciate you all watching. In the meantime, thank you so much for hanging out on the channel. The next campaign, it's going to be not for a few weeks, but the next campaign is going to be the sealed run with Daniel and I, which should be really fun. We're doing Dream Eaters. I mean, thanks for watching. Have a good one, and as always, GG's. All right, now let's close this and never come back. Oh, chat. Hey, Russ. Oh, careful. Careful. You're trying to take me out, aren't you, buddy? You know? Now we both say we've done it. Hi, buddy. I liked four-handed. It didn't actually, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. I think it got easier as it went. It was fun, though. The nice thing I liked about it was that it felt like four-player where there's a lot less pressure. Like in that one, if Tommy was my fighter and I lost my guns, we would have been screwed, right? But both Joe and Daniela were able to be like, "We got this, Tommy. Get down, we'll protect you," you know? And that really really helped. Have I built anything with a new reward card? Not yet. To be honest, it's not really my style. The collector's not really my style of card. It's just not. I think I've seen some people talk about doing cool things, but for me, it's just I don't even know what it like. I know it gives you a card, but it increases your deck size. Yeah, like it's just not me. It's just not my style of play. Okay, we've been streaming for 5 hours, but I don't think we're done yet. I think we should do at least one card of the week. Has Bryn built anything with the collector? We haven't actually played much Arkham at all, really. We've been recording a bunch of other games lately, so no, he has not. Not yet. Hi, Russell. Computer's hot. All right, ladies and gerbs, I'm going to do a card of the week. And you know that means I need to lock in. So I'm going to just minimize chat for a little bit. I'm not going to be able to see you guys. We're going to just do this. Metal Mammoth is a fucking beast. We're not big fans of Metal Mammoth over here at the PBG tables. I like Primal, though. It's a fun game. It's a little bit too complicated for me in my preference. And I think some of their design decisions in terms of like cards and layouts could be better. But overall, I think Primal's a fun game. I do dig it. I do enjoy it. And if they ever release more monsters, I'd consider maybe picking more up in the future. All right, but now I'm hiding you for a bit, chat. I'm going to just get this video done. I love you guys. I can't. If I get distracted during a card of the week, I lose my train of thought completely. Let's drink. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Card of the Week. And good news, Russell's here. Woo! All right, if you don't know what Card of the Week is, I'm going to talk about a card, talk about whatever the conversations come to mind. I'm here on my third favorite website, Arkham Build. So why don't we roll a card and see what the conversation is today. Grizzly Totem. Interesting. So this is a 3-cost asset in both the Survivor and Seeker class. And it's a little bit of a bonus. We're going to talk about the upgraded versions as well. As a reaction, after you commit a card to a skill test, exhaust Grizzly Totem, that card gains another instance of one of its skill icons of your choice. It takes up the accessory slot, and this card came out in the Circle Undone, most notably in the Secret Name expansion pack. So, right off the bat, the first thing that you need to know about Grizzly Totem and what makes it so special is, Russ, maybe don't attack the computer. I'm trying to record a video here. Is that this is a multi-class card. So this was a very big new sort of thing in Arkham Horror that they never really experimented with before and only experimented with once after in Edge of the Earth when they came out and there was a bunch of multi-class cards in there. The multi-class cards work a little bit differently than they worked in Edge of the Earth. Grizzly Totem, and then there was also let's see if I can remember them all. There was the Enchanted Blade, there was Scroll of Secrets, there was the Tommy gun, the 45 Thompson, and then there was the Tennessee Sour Mash, and then Grizzly Totem rounded it out. So those were those 5 cards, and instead of upgrading into multi-class cards, each one of these upgraded into like one of the 2 classes. So as you can see here, we can kind of just quickly check. There was a Seeker one, and then it goes back, and there was a Survivor one. And this is how all of these worked. The coolest thing about these cards was that it was an entirely new sort of thing. It was a new sort of like mechanic and design space that the design team was starting to come out with, right? And if you played Magic the Gathering, gold cards, like multicolor cards, multi-class cards, weren't necessarily like new ground where it's like, oh my god, I've never seen anything like this happen before, right? But just the idea that Arkham was beginning to explore new space was very cool. The big challenge with multi-class cards is that they, in theory, need to represent both of their classes, right? So this card, Grizzly Totem, it's not a Survivor card, it's not a Seeker card, it's a Survivor and a Seeker card. So the question becomes, where do these classes meet, right? And I think some of these were pretty elegant, right? Like, for example, the Tennessee Sour Mash, Survivors and Rogues want to defend themselves in the Mythos phase, and they can potentially help with the willpower, and there's also like the illicit items that come with it. The Enchanted Blade, Guardians want to fight, and Mystics use charges, so that's where it kind of meets. Scroll of Secrets gives you some sort of like deck control manipulation, which both Seekers and Mystics want. The Thompson doesn't really feel very roguey, but you know, it's a gun, I guess that counts. And Grizzly Totem met at the intersection of the idea of skill cards, right? Where Survivor and Seeker are both the skill class, so what if we had the skill icons be kind of like the skill cards be the thing for the Grizzly Totem here? Now, let's take a second and look back at what Survivors and Seekers existed at this time that played with skill cards, right? This was still early on in the game's lifespan, even though it was the 4th cycle. This is, I think, at a point where like the card pool was still young, but it was like, I think I point at Circle Undone personally as kind of like the first turning point when the card pool became from a small collection to starting to grow into the mid-level collection, like kind of like before we got to like the later part of Legacy where you could do anything. There were still a lot of holes in your deck that you weren't able to fill when Circle Undone came out. But when Circle Undone came out, you started to be like, okay, there are some options here. I'm starting to see a bit more control over my deck building thing, like my choices that I make here. So if we look at the Survivors that were out in this pool that kind of committed skills, because everyone kind of could, because there were still the neutral cards. But again, as I said, they were kind of starting to like phase out a little bit. They were kind of like starting to kind of like shift out of because you had just more choices. People weren't excited about like the cantrip skills. I personally still love them, but I'm talking about like looking back in history and how things were. So we had Ashcan Pete and we had Minty Fan, right? We look at some of the others. There's Wendy. She could commit skills, but she was kind of leaning more into the rogue stuff. She had lockpicks at this point, so she was kind of building more into the Succeed by 2. There was the Seeker was Daisy. Daisy wasn't frickin' with this, right? At least on the level 0 version when it came out. There was in Dunwich, we had Rex. He didn't worry about this. He was just too busy just like speed running through the game with Higher Education and Dr. Milan Christopher. And then we had in Carcosa, there was Min, but there was also Will Yorick. Didn't care about this. He wasn't frickin' with it. And then the Forgotten Age, we had Kelvin. No, Kelvin's not playing, doesn't have the time to play Grizzly Totem. And then our Seeker in that one was Ursula, who also, again, she was kind of focusing more on the movement. So then in Circle Undone, we got Rita Young and Joe Diamond, I think, is our Seeker in that. So, like, again, not really where this is one of it wants to be. And, like, Grizzly Totem 0, beyond the card text, which we're going to get to, kind of had a hard time finding a home. Because the effect on this card, like the line of text on this card, isn't actually bad, right? Like, just basically, like, doubling one icon skill cards, or alternatively, I mean, just even cards. They don't even need to be skill cards. You could just be, like, committing cards to a test, but people naturally went to skill cards with it, right? It's, like, not a bad card, but it's this kind of, like, this beautiful magic that exists in all sort of game design and all sort of card design, where you have to look at all parts of the card, not just one part of the card, right? And this card cost 3 and took up your accessory slot. The accessory slot still wasn't, like, hyper competitive at this point. Like, there were still a lot of good options, but nothing was like, you need to play this or you die. It's like Lucky Case and Rogue was starting to take that, like, took that spot, but it wasn't as contested in some of these other places. But the 3 cost really killed this card. It was just, like, not worth it for 3 resources to just make all of your cards slightly better, right? So it's like one of those things where a lot of the time, this whole cycle of, like, so this part of the cycle was kind of just brushed over. Everybody played Enchanted Blade. Everyone played Scroll of Secrets when it was tabooed. Everybody was playing the Thompson because it was a killer weapon. A lot of rogues and survivors were playing Tennessee Sour Mash, but no one was really touching Grizzly Totem. And it's that 3 cost that just kind of really kind of pushed it out. Another part of this is that only really one of the upgrades on this card are really, like, bang on, I want to play this. So I know we're just talking about, like, Grizzly Totem was the starting point, but we are going to look at their upgrades because I think they are particularly relevant. And quick, there's Russ on the bed. Everyone say hi to Russ on the bed. Let's start by looking at the Survivor one. As a reaction, it's 2 cost and now 3 experience. So the cost went down, but the experience is now 3. As a reaction, after you commit a card to a skill test, exhaust Grizzly Totem. That card gains another instance of one of its skill icons of your choice, and if that skill test fails, return that card to your hand. Now, let me ask you, dear viewer at home, do you see an issue here? And I think that this issue is one that, when you're reading this card just in a vacuum, you're like, yeah, I would love skill card protection. But the first part kind of breaks the second part, right? Where you're gaining another instance of the skill icon. That's great. It makes me more likely to pass the test. And then the second one, it's like, oh, that's great. That's protection, right? That's protection. That skill card now is going to guarantee that I'm going to hit it during a test. Its effects are going to go off, and I'm going to walk out of this as a winner and as a champion. But most of the time, you're going to pass that test. Because now, like, for example, your Overpower with Ashcampede and Duke is now letting you attack for 7. So you're going to pass and hit that test. And suddenly, when you're playing Grizzly Totem 3 from the Survivor class, you're looking at, after you commit a card to a skill test, exhaust Grizzly Totem. That card gains another instance of one of its skill icons of your choice. And I don't know about you, but that sounds awfully familiar to me, right? So really, when you're paying 3 XP for this upgraded version of the card, you're really only getting a 1 cost reduction for the majority of the use case of the actual card. And I've read your comments. I know that people are already saying, yeah, but it's protected me from these skill icons. But, like, this already existed in the form of, like, try again, right? Which I believe came out in Dungeon, but again, I could be wrong. I'm pulling out these numbers off the top of my head, so who actually knows how on the money or off base I am with that. But the reality was just that this effect was not powerful enough to actually make this useful, so this never really got played. One thing we do got to shout out is the changing art, where the art kind of changes slightly, and then we go to the Seeker version. And the Seeker version is bomb diggity. 3 cost, 3 experience. As a reaction, after you commit a card to a skill test, exhaust Grizzly Totem. That card gains another instance of one of its skill icons of your choice, and if that skill test is successful, the Performing Investigator draws 1 card. This is a phenomenal card. This is a phenomenal upgrade because it does what the original does, but more, as opposed to less in the way that the Survivor one does. I'm not going to say that the Survivor one doesn't feel Survivor and the Seeker one doesn't feel Seeker, right? But it's one of those things where I feel like the Survivor one maybe could have taken some more time in the pool and explored the Survivor space of it in a more interesting way. The Seeker one, however, is fantastic. It was playable in Min from the get-go, and Dream Eaters came out when we had the Dream Diary. Like, this kind of just, like, became an archetype all in of itself. Like, a Grizzly Totem deck was just, like, one of its own things. And, like, it just became, like, it's just, like, a very, very powerful card. One of my personal favorite use cases for Grizzly Totem, 3 for the Seeker one, was in a Vincent Lee deck, where you use your On the Mends, which are practically free. With Jessica Hyde, they kind of are free, to just kind of draw more cards and cycle through your deck really quickly. It was a fantastic time. However, with all this said, the funniest thing about this, and again, it just shows how I think that this card is ultimately not worth it for the price, because while it does something good, its cost is just too much. Most of the time, when players are playing Grizzly Totem decks, if they're going to the level 3 Seeker one, which is kind of the only thing that people really play in Grizzly Totem decks, like, kind of just like on rate, you're kind of actually skipping the level 0 Grizzly Totem and running something else in its slot until you can pay for the experienced version. A lot of the time when I build these decks, I actually just take in the thick of it for the level 3 Grizzly Totem and then upgrade and then add another one into my deck later. I look over this card completely because I think it's just, it does nothing on its own. It's a cool multi-class card, but Grizzly Totem is just left in the dust. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this card of the week. I'll see you guys next week for another one. But in the meantime, if you want to support the channel, like, comment, and subscribe, all that usual stuff. If you want to go above and beyond, you can join our Patreon and join all these cool names over here. Everyone say bye to Russ. He's now sleeping. A little cute little boy right there. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. And as always, GG's. Okay, chat. Grizzly Totem might work in Izzy. I could see it working in Izzy. Again, like the Survivor one is kind of the one you would go to, and even then, it just does nothing on its own. I don't know if I would touch it in Izzy. If she could play the Seeker version, boy howdy! I mean, can she with Collector? What does Collector do? I know I just looked at the card. Relic or Charm. Hey, okay, Xenoblad. You asked, have you built anything with the Collector reward card? We just found it. We just found it. All right, I'm doing it. I'm writing that deck idea down. So, Izzy, Isabella, Collector, plus Grizzly Totem, Seeker. I think I might have found my deck. I think I might have found that. +5 deck size is killer though. But Izzy has a lot of draw that you can probably get through it pretty quick. Okay, chat. That's going to be it for today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to be back on Saturday at the latest. But in the meantime, let me get Spotify open before I do my intro. In the meantime, have a great rest of your day, and keep your eyes open for all the videos on the channel coming out in this next week. There is some good stuff lined up. Have a good one. Thanks for watching, and as always, GG's.